Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Can you guys hear me? Is the scuff gone? Woo? We're live? We hear you? There we go. Okay, excellent. Alright. Apologies. I think I'm not sure what quite went wrong. I had to wrangle my OBS because for some reason nothing was working. The mic just wouldn't pick up. Oh, hold on. Let me just get through these memberships and supers. Holy, Prince Adieu, thank you for the Arca Super. Thank you for your generosity. I didn't know, I don't know when it will be New Year's in Australia, so here you go. Happy 2026. Yeah, boss. Have another year becoming even more prejudiced and sleeping a lot at night. I hope you have a nice sleep, because I saw your message in chat earlier. But yeah, no, thank you for your generosity, and I wish you a happy New Year's as well. Cool ZR, thank you for becoming a footstool. Welcome to the club. Hope you enjoyed those emotes. Pure boldness, hold on. I swear you were a footstool before, but for some reason it's not showing. Not showing how long you've been a footstool, but in any case, welcome back. Asinine, thank you for being a footstool for 13 months. Happy New Year's, footstools. Happy New Year's to you guys too. I hope you guys had a pleasant New Year's, by the way. I hope you guys got to spend it how you wanted, with family or with friends, or even on your own, but with good entertainment. Master, and thank you for the 10. Happy New Year, Chairman. Alas, won't be able to watch too much of this time because it's too close to bedtime. Also, yeah, I saw the Voop chat stuff on Twitter. It's certainly a sales pitch of all time. I look forward to seeing how that one develops over the next few months or so. Makiris, thank you for the 5. I'm writing a Google Doc about Chairman's abuse of the footstools. No, please, no, not right on the new year. We're starting it off right with with a tiny stream delay and scuffle already. Makiris, thank you for the 2. Time for Chairman to get the ukulele out. It might just be. It might just be. Joey K, thank you for the... Oh, sorry, Joe K, thank you for being a footstool for 8 months. Makiris, thank you for the gifted membership. Welcome to the new footstool that got sniped. Hope you enjoy those emotes. Lion MX, thank you for being a footstool for a whole 16 months. Holy. Cheers, Armchair. Can't stay long. Vodgang Rise. Vodgang Rise. And Funnelist, thank you for the 5. I'm here to gather info on the Google Dockey I'm making about Armchair. Makiris, thank you for the gifted membership. And Seven Sins, thank you for being a footstool for 13 months. Happy New Year, mate. Here's to another year. Here's to another year, indeed. What Voop Chat thingy? Basically, for those who don't know what Voop Chat is, think of an Omegle clone that is marketed specifically towards VTubers. And their recent little ad thing that they did on Twitter that managed to get quite a bit of attention was they basically advertised a feature that was Snapchat filters at home, where you can upload any image that you want and, you know, quote unquote rig it so that, well, you can use it as your avatar. And they were basically, the slogan was, I believe, something along the lines of, now you can become an e-tuber, an everything tuber. And then a lot of people drew parallels between that and the whole Peanut winning the VTuber, Best VTuber Award at the Streamer Awards thing. And, well, as you can probably imagine, a lot of people weren't very happy with that because, it felt like they weren't being ironic. They weren't poking fun at the Peanut situation, but rather just, you know, going, haha, you know, wouldn't it be so quirky if anyone could become a VTuber with XYZ tools? For the most part, I don't think it's going to be... I think it's a bit of a nothing burger, but it is, in my opinion, a very funny sales pitch. I mean, you make a platform that is supposed to be aimed at VTubers, and you try to market yourself off of what? A poor man's Snapchat filter. Good luck with that one. But who knows? Maybe it ends up taking off. And a mega-like thingy made in 2026 cannot be good? Yeah, that's what I thought as well. When I heard the sales pitch for VoopChat being this sort of VTuber-specific platform where you can hop on and meet other VTubers and chat, I didn't... It didn't strike me as being the wisest business idea for this space, to be completely honest. Is this true? Are the normies going to invade VTubing because of this? Well, that would require normies to actually use VoopChat, and I don't think they're quite close enough to being able to achieve that just yet. That being said, though, I wouldn't be surprised if VoopChat is not long for this world, because, well, to be completely frank, their marketing strategy up until now does not seem to do anything to separate them from the other major streaming platforms. And on top of that, they don't seem to have a very close knowledge of the medium in general, or even the industry in general, to be honest, considering the fact that they are selling themselves off of that eTuber thing. It's funny. It's actually, I commented on this the last time when we were talking about the VTuber Awards, but sorry, not the VTuber Awards, the Streamer Awards. But whenever people try to break down the etymology of VTubing, they always focus on the V, and they always forget that the T, or the tuber, stands for YouTuber. And I mean, it's funny, because if someone wanted to be an eTuber, or, you know, more bluntly, just a rigged PNG tuber, we have those on YouTube already. I don't see why they'd migrate over to VoopChat just because. So, kind of wish you did your peanut stream after the FaZe Awards so you could do a compare and contrast. I don't think it's that necessary. The FaZe Awards and the Streamer Awards are two, in my opinion, they are two very different things. The FaZe Awards does not try to be anything that it's not. It's just, you know, the company getting together, basically bunch of co-workers, friends, friendly co-workers, patting one another on the back for accomplishing a bunch of stuff this year. And, well, it doesn't really ask to be taken seriously. A lot of the bits revolved around the amount of scuff that went on in the stream. And just, you know, sort of laughing it off and making a good-natured joke out of all of, you know, whenever something did go a little wonky. But yeah, no, it doesn't ask the audience to take it too seriously, so I don't think there would have been too much to compare and contrast, considering that the differences, I would assume, would be pretty obvious. FaZe Awards are a corporate event, Streamer Awards trying to be the Oscars. Yeah, kind of. They're called PNG tubers. Why make a new term when it already exists? Because you're trying to sell something, strikers. And when you're trying to sell something, it helps if you can present what you're doing as being completely novel. Unfortunately, that is more often than not a little bit of a lie, but oh well. It doesn't stop people from trying. Fair enough, still interesting the contrast between not trying to be taken seriously and trying way too hard to be taken seriously. Yeah. I suppose so. The hell is Voop and VoopChat anyways? Loki's screaming. She's just thank like normal. She just thinks like normal. She hates taxes though. Oh no, yeah, she's thanked people like normal, but she hates taxes. Yeah. I mean, hating taxes is the default position of most people who've been who are a little more switched on when it comes to what governments tend to do with taxes. I almost missed this. Glad I made it to the live. Welcome in, Holy Bell. Welcome in. How the talents receive the awards in FaZe is a good metric that it doesn't and shouldn't be taken seriously. Yeah, exactly. Awards shows are always more fun to watch when they don't take themselves seriously. And they don't expect the audience to really take them seriously either. Because it gives more room for whimsy and bits and, you know, the like. Is this a good sign that Twitch is treating VTubers a little better? Shonda got banned for breaking down on New Year's about her mom, but only temp 24 hours. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't say that is indicative of anything Twitch side when it comes to the way that they approach moderation, but it wouldn't surprise me if the temp ban for 1 day, which I would assume is the standard for drinking and then saying something spicy on stream. I'm assuming that them giving her a 1 day instead of a 30-day this time was probably a result of how much shit got kicked up last year over the exact same thing. Hi, boss. Welcome in, Prince. Welcome in. I'm surprised you're not sleeping yet. Come from a place where state power is ineffective and people suffer for it. I think you Westerners are a bit insufficiently grateful for taxes. That depends on what the taxes are spent on. And, well, if we have anything better to do with the money that is taxed on our own. In Australia, I'd say that our taxes are going towards some pretty decent stuff. Nothing gives you quite a bit of appreciation for the for government-sponsored healthcare quite as much as going to buy a medication that says on the tin how much it would have cost without some sort of, Medicare subsidy. But that's not always the case around the world. Funless, thank you for the 5. If I lived in Japan, I wouldn't mind my taxes going to megacorps, which are currently competing to make the first robot companion. I mean, look. You pay money to your government who's making, robot companions, or you pay money in terms of super chats to your favorite VTubers. Where's the difference, really, when you think about it? I want to say goodnight, really. Hope the New Year's super chat arrived. It did, it did. Thank you so much for your generosity as well. Thank you for the support, because you've been around for a while. Boy, I love fraud. Me too, hero, me too. I'm trying very hard not to post about taxes. I don't know about the government that bans social media and then has a riot suddenly appear. No government is perfect, and I'm not going to defend the Australian government in that regard, but there are instances where I am appreciative of certain things that our taxes are spent on. That being said, like you rightly pointed out, our government could do with a lot of downsizing. It is currently way too bloated and way too preoccupied with things that don't matter. Difference is that paying super chats to your favorite streamer is voluntary. You are forced to give tax money. That is true, that is true. But are you really voluntarily giving super chats? Is it really voluntary? How much choice do you really have in that matter? When all said and done. I mentioned before, but did you know that Dustborn has an updated roadmap? I did not see this. I'm going to need to check that out later. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Paying my PNG tuber tax. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. All governments need to be audited. The thing is, they do get audited. They just fail the audit, and then nothing happens afterwards. So, the supers are also taxed. Indeed, they are. Is the super just to write it off? Just to write it off your taxes? It would be pretty funny if that was the case. It's voluntary. I refuse to give Google money. Fair, fair. Chairman forces me to super chat. I keep forgetting that I need to check my stream elements and make sure that that's still running properly, because I haven't checked those in a while. So that's something I need to remember to do for New Year's. Oh, Mizu, welcome to the stream. Welcome in, Mizu Raiders. We're still in the pre-show yapping portion after having to deal with a little bit of scuff prior to the stream. Or you ask, no, I will not play Dustborn for you for free. Yeah, I was going to say, because you managed to play through the entire thing before the new roadmap came out. I was wondering if you had any plans to, make up for lost time now that they actually do have plans to presumably expand the game. However horrific that may end up turning out. I mean, you don't need to Google, just take your data and sell it to third parties. That's true, that's true. Any case, hold on, let me switch over to the slides. There we go. Alright, so today's topic is one that, well, it's not one that we haven't talked about before. Google Dockies are nothing new. This isn't even the first time that we've discussed Google Dockies. It won't be the last, most likely. However, there's one thing that I want to sort of establish right off the bat with this stream. This is not going to be a stream where I go through the nitty-gritty of the contents of the various Google Dockies, or specifically the 3 or so Google Dockies that we are going to be using as case studies. If you want that, there's been plenty of other streamers in my content niche that have gone and done that, and with the Cinder Saga specifically, or at least part 1 of the Cinder Saga, I have a previous stream sometime last year where I went and did that. So if that piques your fancy, please feel free to go on and look up the relevant VODs or whatever. What this stream is going to be focusing on more so is the way that those docs were used and the way that those docs presented whatever information is contained within. This is going to be a stream that attempts to dig into Google Docs as a medium rather than the specific contents of each specific Google Doc. So just making sure that that's clear right off the bat. Cool ZR, thank you for the 2. Howdy, 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 Armchair. Howdy, howdy, howdy to you too. PNG tubings and what avatar. So, now that all of our expectations are set accordingly, so a TLDR of the docs, basically, as well as an evaluation of, well, how they were used and why I personally don't think that it's a good thing that they were used in that manner. So, before we begin, as per usual, when I do streams of this nature, few disclaimers. First, do not attempt to harass or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during the course of this stream in any way, shape, or form. I am, as I am with many other streams, going to be quite critical on a few occasions of a few of the specific people that I end up bringing up. However, that is not a license to go and make their lives miserable or to in any ways touch the poo. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during the stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary, and are thus protected under fair use. By the way, the stream where I went through the Streamer Awards, apparently if you show a segment of an awards show speech, I'm talking Golden Globes, Oscars, whatever, apparently that gets copyright struck. So, if that is something that people are thinking of watching on stream, for any of the streamers that may end up watching this VOD or whatever, stay away from those, because they're going to give you copyright strikes that you're going to have to wrangle with behind the scenes in the aftermath of that. So, and anyways, that's, yeah, if you were watching the VOD and you were wondering where the chat replay went, that's why it's gone. Funless, thank you for the 5. Armchair just brainstorming live for the Google Docky that he's making for Billy. You know, that might... If Google Docs are still a meme at that point, then maybe I will. Maybe I just might. Maybe I just might. Streamer Google Dockying a member of their audience would be pretty... If I do it right, it could be a pretty funny bit. Third, all information/material shown over the course of this stream was posted and or addressed by the subjects of this stream on a public platform and or remains publicly available/traceable. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones. I've tried my best to adjust for when they happened according to the time zone of the person who posted whatever I'm going through. However, because of the fact that I live in, I live down under, and because of the fact that, well, I'm not the best at doing maths, some of the dates may be off by about a day or so. And finally, if there is something on screen that you can't quite make out, don't worry, I will likely be narrating it out loud anyways, and in the case that I don't, I will be uploading all of the slides up onto my personal Patreon, link in description, so feel free to check it out. If you sign up as a member for free, you don't actually have to pay anything. You will get access to the slides for this stream and every other stream that I've done in the past, as well as every stream that I do into the future. So you can look through them, blow them up, enlarge them, read through them at your leisure as well, even after the stream is over. Good day, welcome in. Not late at all, don't worry. Ooh. What do you mean Shemin has a docky of me? Not yet, not yet. But maybe, at some point in the future. My state, we struggle with upkeep on roads. I have very little faith. Most people don't have faith in their government, for good reason, because when you actually start learning about what your government spends your money on, the answers are usually things that are, well, not the best. However, I've thought about how to start off this stream in many ways, and, well, the main intention behind the stream, the main point behind me choosing to make it, is because there is a topic, something that we have discussed in previous streams, multiple streams even, that for a while now I've wanted to revisit and expand upon. And with the Google Dockey meta, with the call-out meta that surrounds Google Docs and how they are used in this industry, in this space, I found that we had a pretty convenient excuse to revisit that concept and sort of expand upon it a little bit more, hopefully make it a bit more comprehensible and applicable for you guys as well. So, at the beginning, a little bit of a tangent. A lot of people who've watched my content before, especially those who have been watching from the beginning, will know that I have a lot of friends in real life who are either medical students or actual doctors, people who work in medicine. And when it comes to these people, right, one of the more fascinating things about being friends with multiple people who work in medicine is getting to track the ways in which they end up changing in terms of their demeanor or their outlook towards their industry the closer they get to becoming a practicing doctor, and then past that, how they view their occupation once they are an established member of that industry, once they've had a bit more experience under their belt. And in particular, one of the things that, occurs is when people announce their intention to go into medicine. Usually, you get a variety of different reasons and motivations for wanting to get into that particular field or discipline, right? There is, of course, the social status, especially among immigrants, right? Among second, third generation immigrants, getting into medicine is seen as a very major accomplishment that boosts your social status and that of your family by a significant degree. Because, well, it's medicine. It's pretty self-explanatory. However, another major motivation very commonly cited is because it is a very stable career path. It is well paid for good reason, and it is also something that guarantees that you will have a career long into the future. In terms of job security, medical personnel, doctors especially, are usually pretty highly in demand, regardless of when or where you live. Raining Terror, thank you for the 5. Long-time listener, came from the Mizu stream. Your vids are great for work, and it seems like people don't read docs, just barely skim them. I agree. Though, one of the things that I'm going to be harping on about quite a bit over the course of this stream is, there is a reason for that. It's not just short attention spans. However, more often than not, right, generally speaking, when you put aside the stable career path, the money you make, and the social status and prestige you gain from becoming a part of this industry, becoming a doctor, one of the most often cited reasons, one of the reasons that most people who go into medicine will say at some point, often, more so when they're just going into it, is because, very simply, they want to help people, right? They have a desire to go out and make people's lives better, ameliorate suffering, etc., etc., etc. And when they start off, generally speaking, going into medicine, studying hard in order to get their qualifications, etc., etc., when it comes to who they want to help or who they feel a sense of obligation or care towards, the answer is, generally speaking, a pretty broad and vague collective. Patients, people who need their help, patients and their families or whatever. And that is, generally speaking, the way that most medical students, in my experience at least, seem to start out, or at least the way that, the way that they think the way that they think about their occupation when they get started to begin with. However, eventually, when they get to the stage where they're no longer just a student, they're actually beginning to practice medicine, first as a student on placement in a hospital, then as a resident, and later on as a board-certified doctor or specialist. What tends to happen is they start experiencing the actual, the bog standard daily grind of being a doctor or being a nurse or being a medical practitioner. They experience overwork and bureaucracy, stories of being passed around as a go-between, stories of having to run around as a go-between between different specialists at 12 a.m. at night because there's a particularly difficult patient that none of them want to deal with and they're passing around like a game of hot potato. You get exposure, constant exposure to the morbid, death, disease, injury, a constant stream of it when you sign up for your job. And of course, on top of that, you have the taxing nature of, 12-hour shifts, not being able to sleep, not being able to leave until no one needs your help anymore for certain shifts. And finally, occupational mistreatment, sometimes in the form of verbal abuse from superiors, especially some of the more unpleasant workplaces that have a bit of a totem pole culture, and occasionally even from the patients themselves. And as these grim realities, or I suppose more bleak realities that accompany the job, start to settle in and actually factor into the way that my friends have seen their discipline, seen their job, something very interesting has happened to the way that they conceptualize who they are actually there to care about. Now, I want to make this very clear. They still do their job. They dot their I's, they dash their T's. They still do their job without discrimination to the utmost of their ability, regardless of what kind of patient they are attempting to help. However, what ends up changing is the ways in which they discriminate when it comes to who they actually allow themselves to feel for as they serve them. In other words, there grows a distinction between people who they are helping as part of their job and people who they are helping as part of a passion or whatever is left of said passion that they've managed to hang on to a few years in. What happens is the groups of people, or the group of people that they initially started out feeling was worthy of their compassion or warranted their compassion, begins to separate into a sort of hierarchy. And that hierarchy, at least in my experience from what I've heard, tends to go as the following. Instead of just thinking of patients as, the group of one solid monolith of people that are warranting, that deserve their, their feelings of compassion and empathy and sympathy, it begins to separate where at the top of the hierarchy in terms of people most deserving of their empathy, their compassionate feelings, if not, them doing their job, are children. Then right below you have the terminally ill. Then you have the lucid elderly. Then below that you have the senile elderly. Then close to the bottom you have habitual drug users. And then finally right at the bottom you have patients who outright refuse treatment. And yeah, I'm seeing some people point out in chat already, this is essentially a survival mechanism. Human beings are not designed to watch other human beings suffer and die for extended periods over, a long period of time. And so what ends up happening is people compartmentalize their thoughts and feelings in order to cope. And so when it comes to the way that I've observed a lot of my friends who work in medicine, a lot of the ways in which their outlook towards their job and the people who they serve as part of their job has shifted. Again, they provide care to everyone, but they only allow themselves to feel something for certain groups of people who come in needing their help. And the interesting thing is, when you ask someone who's, a doctor or someone who's spending their placement in the wards or whatever, when you ask them for stories about their job or about their placement, the ones that they whip out in a casual scenario, right, where they just want to make a point about how interesting their job is, They might tell you about, for example, someone walking in with a gangrenous testicle, or they might talk about someone having a light bulb shoved up their anus.
But when you ask them about stories of patients that have actually affected them emotionally, what I've found, at least in my experience, is that they will often cite the incidents where a patient was lost, not because they had some sort of graphic or unique condition, but because of how needless the loss was. They will talk about, for example, having to speak with the family of a child that has been diagnosed with a particularly incurable form of cancer, then having to speak with the child themselves and, for example, hear that the child had a dream of becoming a doctor in the future. Or it will be someone coming in with a heart attack who could not be revived because the hospital beds were occupied by other patients with far more preventable conditions. And so, what ends up being a sort of trend that you can observe among those who end up going into medicine, or at least in my experience, those who end up going into medicine, is that as they go into the job, as the demand on them for compassion, for empathy, for sympathy steadily increases over time, they begin to reflexively try to push back on that, try to protect themselves and insulate themselves from that constant demand. Because no one can remain constantly empathetic to an innumerable number of people over an extended period of time. That would, quite literally, kill us. And so, what people do as a survival mechanism is switch off, detach themselves, depersonalize their relation to the situation. And this is not a new phenomenon. People have observed this specifically in most trades that have to do with helping people. I'm talking doctors, nurses, teachers, policemen. People have observed this as an overarching phenomenon that keeps coming up and up again in all of these different industries for decades at this point. And specifically, some point over the late 90s, the 80s and 90s, people started actually dedicating resources to trying to properly categorize, conceptualize, and create academic literature about this phenomenon, trying to study it in some way. And in 1982, one of the works of literature that came out about it, one of the studies that came out about this particular phenomenon, was a book called Burnout, The Cost of Caring, where they actually came up with a name for this condition. They called it burnout syndrome, a phenomenon where those in helping professions, doctors, teachers, police, etc., experience a decline in compassionate feelings towards patients or clients in need. In other words, the more people were exposed to people who needed their help, the less they actually felt for the people that they were helping. Now, as you can probably understand, this is, once you observe that this is a trend, right, from the outside looking in, it can, on the surface, seem quite concerning, because these are people you are relying on to provide you a service when you are at your most in need. And if they aren't feeling for you in a compassionate sense, well, isn't that a problem? And, well, the people who were studying this phenomenon initially thought so as well, which is why they tried to dig into what caused it. And initially, when people were studying burnout syndrome, they identified three major factors that both preceded the development of burnout syndrome and, well, fed into it in a cause and effect type relationship, not just a correlative one. Hold on. Prince of Dew, thank you for these. Thank you for another Arca Super. Holy, I can't believe how sleep-inducing this man is. It's like a chair-shaped Jigglypuff. I'm gonna head to my bed and conk for 16 hours. Good night, and Otsu boss. Hope you have a nice rest. And those three factors that they identified, which fed into the development of burnout syndrome in the subjects of the study, were 1. Having to deal extensively with troubled or needy persons. You can easily see how this applies to occupations like being a doctor. 2, an overload of information and or demands. In other words, you were constantly bombarded with information as well as constantly being asked or expected to do things. And then finally, a lack of personal agency and or efficacy. This final point was one of the most prominent, most cited, and most influential factors in terms of whether someone would end up developing burnout syndrome. Because essentially, when someone feels like they can't do anything about a situation, they tend to just switch off entirely. Now, with this new coining of this term, with this development of the term burnout syndrome, the establishment of it in academia as an actual concept that can be used to describe this phenomenon that I just introduced you guys to, obviously, with time, as this became a more and more established theory or concept, people in other academic fields began to look at this and wonder if they could apply it to other aspects, other areas of society as well. Yes, it did start specifically in terms of studying the effects of helping professions on the people who who have those occupations, but could it be applied to other things as well? And one of the first breakthroughs when it comes to that particular concept, one of the first and the most enduring from my perspective, one of the most enduring applications of this initial theory to a wholly different part of society was media theorists who looked at this concept and then went, hold on, isn't this what tends to happen with society or the public in general when it comes to the way that they absorb negative news through media as well, specifically through mass media? Because a phenomenon that had been observed in terms of studying the way that mass communication affected populations was that when you have a disaster in society, right? And I'd be using the uo emote in a different context. Look, this was the original intended meaning and function of that emote. But in any case, when you have a disaster in society that obviously then gets talked about by the media, what tends to happen is you have a whole bunch of different broadcasters who all converge upon the same disaster and beam it out into the public with no sense of trying to hold back due to some sort of overlap or repetition. The result is that the public receives all at once this convergence of noise, this convergence of negative stimuli and information about a problem. And of course, there are three aspects to it. Let's say, for example, you had an earthquake, right? An earthquake that ended up collapsing several buildings in a major city, right? Several residences in a major city. And of course, you have many different angles that the news can adopt. At first, one may be a human interest angle, where they look at how this particular natural disaster has affected specific people who lived in that area. Local residents say they've lost everything. Then you have news stories that try to go at it from a more numerical angle, where the statistics are the essence of the story. Things like 10,000 homes have been destroyed or damaged by XYZ recent disaster. And then finally, news will obviously try to give some sort of conclusion to the whole event, rather than just reporting that it happened, right? This citing experts who may come in to give an opinion on how long exactly it may take or what exactly it may take for a population or a community to get to recover fully from the impacts of a disaster. The damage may take months to repair. But the thing is, when media scholars began to look at these different functions, these different aspects to how the media, mass media, deals with disaster in terms of presenting it to the public, presenting it to their audiences, what they realized was that there's a lot of overlap between these different facets, these different angles that news stories can take when it comes to presenting the same disaster to different groups of the population, and how they overlap pretty much perfectly with the exact same, they simulate perfectly the exact features, the exact factors that go into causing compassion fatigue in interpersonal interactions between helping professionals and their clients or patients. When they show people on TV or via the radio, describe them via the radio going through hardship, right? When they do those interviews and broadcast them, you essentially simulate the effect of having to encounter, hear out, and deal with, well, not quite deal with in the full sense, but at least in a sensory manner, deal with someone who was, deal with a troubled or needy persons. Amplify this by how many negative stories and how many interviews they managed to pull off in over the course of a day, a week, a month, a year, and you start to see how this may be, or where the idea to apply the phenomenon of burnout syndrome to media consumption begins to come from, right? Oh, sorry, came from. Then, of course, you have the whole statistical element of these news stories, right? 10,000 homes have been destroyed, or when they present some sort of massive statistic regarding how awful a natural disaster was, or any sort of disaster was. Now, obviously, they are going to look at that as a possible angle for a news story, because that's eye-catching. Big numbers grab our attention because of our monkey brain. However, the problem is, our minds are also not really well built to properly comprehend, process, or deal with the combination of tragedy and massive numbers, like, for example, 10,000 homes being destroyed by a single earthquake. And so that simulates, again, quite perfectly, the overload of information and or demands that come along with burnout syndrome burnout syndrome when it emerges between helping professionals and their patients and clients. And finally, most news stories tend to exhibit they tend to end with just a sort of a professional opinion or whatever, saying we don't know how long it's going to take to resolve the situation, or we don't know exactly how long it's going to take for the community to fully recover from this. However, the more important thing, regardless of what the assessment on the actual recovery time or the steps necessary in order to aid that recovery along are, the common theme tends to be that the audience doesn't really have an easy in when it comes to understanding where they stand in reference to the situation being presented. Belagos, thank you for the 5. As someone who accidentally somehow linked his sense of self to the world at large and events within it, it is exhausting. Oh, absolutely. And it is 100% understandable why people would, people may start off doing that rather naively, and then they almost immediately learn that that's really, really bad for them, and it's not something that most people can cope with. And so, these news stories tend to end without giving the audience anything that they can do about the information that they've just absorbed. In other words, they are shown negative stimuli. They are made to experience it, at least vicariously, but they are not given any way to sort of exercise a feeling or to gain a feeling of catharsis from all of that negativity. And so that simulates, again, perfectly the lack of personal agency and or efficacy that precedes and feeds into the development of burnout syndrome. And what media scholars realized was that the way that mass media goes about reporting on especially negative stories results in an effect that is almost one-to-one with burnout syndrome in the audience. Yes, the audience isn't actually going out and speaking to flood victims or talking to someone who had a loved one die of AIDS or whatever, or, going out to try and feed the homeless. But at the same time, when there was one that we have talked about on this channel before, Hold on. My OBS just said that I disconnected. Am I back? Is everything working? We back? Alright. I love Australian internet. My beloved. Alright, so in any case, remind me, where did I leave off? Where did I drop out? What was I talking about when we dropped out? Back but with a gap? Alright, that should be no problem. We back. This'll help me get a grasp of how much latency there is as well between me saying something and you guys hearing it. No, that was on YouTube. I think I was saying something about how there were different terms for burnout syndrome. One of the terms for burnout syndrome that they developed, which media academics ended up adopting, was compassion fatigue, or in the sense that it is usually used in my discipline, an acquired indifference amongst the public to appeals for sympathy or empathy regarding social problems due to overexposure to similar appeals and or traumatic events. Yep, exactly. This is a concept that we have discussed before, but one that I feel is worth expanding upon, even so. So Jack, thank you for being a Footstool for 4 months, 4 months of listening to fun parts of VTubing.
I'm glad to hear that.
So when media scholars took this concept and began applying it, what they did was they examined one-to-one, again, how the various aspects that made up the underlying theory behind burnout syndrome and tried to understand how that could be applied to the effects that mass media had on the public in general, and specifically what effects that mass media had on the public's willingness to care about XYZ social issue. And one of the examples of media literature, media academic literature that was published that drew on extensively the underpinning theories behind burnout syndrome was a paper that was published by the Association of Education for Journalism and Mass Communication. It was published in their quarterly journal called the Journalism and Mass Communication Quarterly in 1996, called Compassion Fatigue, Communication and Burnout Towards Social Problems, published by Kinnick, Krugman, and Cameron. And essentially what this paper did was it drew on the academic theory behind burnout syndrome, and then broke down exactly the implications that it had for the previously established understanding of how media even functions in society. One of the major questions that the concept of compassion fatigue introduced into media studies was that it challenged the previously uncontested way of thinking about how media coverage should be done. So previously, most media practitioners worked off of something called the press agentry model, or the press agency model. And what this model said, what this model dictated, was basically a very simple principle that the more media coverage you have, the better. The more media coverage something gets, the more people engage with it, understand it, etc., etc., etc. The more normalized it becomes, whatever. And this was the dominating philosophy for a long time in terms of how media studies was done and how media as a discipline operated. The idea that if you want to get the public to warm up to something, accept something, or whatever, you just try to cover it as much as possible. The more eyes you get on something, the better. And the more you put something in front of people's eyes, the better. The problem was, compassion fatigue introduced a major uncertainty factor into this previously dominant idea because it introduced the concept, the possibility, that exposing people to something too much might actually have the opposite effect, where when people are exposed to one thing, one tragedy, one idea, to an extent where they can't escape from it, they, in fact, choose to disengage. They will avoid it, etc., etc., etc. And obviously, that becomes a bit of a problem for people who previously only operated off the principle of, if we show people this more, they will come to accept it. And so, when it comes, the second thing that this paper went into was that empathy is not a gift. Empathy is, in fact, a compulsion, and it is almost always, whenever you manage to arouse an empathetic response in someone, a source of distress. Now, generally the way in which an emotional or an empathetic response would be solicited, or the process of how that would manifest in a particular member of an audience when they were consuming a news story about a tragedy, was through the following three-step process. First, the subject's empathy would be solicited, usually by being exposed to some sort of negative stimuli, let's say a news story about a natural disaster. Then, the subject would go on to experience a sense of emotional distress. This is essentially the immediate after effect of having your empathy be solicited, having an empathy response being solicited from you. You feel some sort of emotion, some sort of distress, some sort of discomfort, etc., etc. You don't feel right about the thing in question if the solicitation is in fact successful. From that point, people then tend to do one of two things. Either they will practice avoidance because fundamentally no one likes that feeling of emotional distress, and so they try to end that as soon as possible. And one of the main ways that they avoid that, one of the two main ways that people avoid that, is through simple avoidance, right? They avoid the stimuli altogether, or even the source of said stimuli. For example, let's say that you have magazines where the first page depicts the fallout of a natural disaster. If people are sick about hearing about that, if they see a magazine that has that on the front page, they simply won't buy it. They'll just walk straight past. Same thing happens for when you go onto Instagram and, for example, you see an ad about, children in Palestine getting, airstriked. And, after you see enough of those, you just scroll straight past. Not consciously, not deliberately, but it's just something that people do without really thinking about it, because, well, you are exposed to too many of those images and your brain essentially short circuits and burns out of the ability to feel anything in response. The second approach is altruism, where you actually get to do something that hopefully remedies whatever bad situation or whatever negative stimuli, source of negative stimuli you just observed. And so, thing is, when people experience an empathetic response, it creates a sense of distress that they try to get rid of immediately, or at least as soon as possible. The problem is, if you don't have access to one of them is markedly more difficult than the other. Altruism is much, much more difficult than avoidance. And the thing is, if altruism does not present itself as a readily available option, people will usually immediately default. Sorry, give me a second to just pull out the pen. People will usually immediately default to avoidance. There won't even be a conscious thought behind it most of the time. It's just a reflex that people will go through, that people will exercise in order to, like I said, like I keep harping on about, avoid that feeling of emotional distress. Because at the end of the day, you can make the argument that this really is all empathy is. That instinctive knee-jerk feeling of distress whenever you see someone else, a fellow human being, going through something horrid. And of course, no one likes feeling uncomfortable, so they get rid of it, or they try to get rid of it as soon as possible. If altruism does not present itself as an easy option, avoidance is much easier, much more readily available, and that is what most people will end up doing. Now, the third thing that this paper noted was that because of the way that mass media was designed as a medium, right, it's in the name, because of the way that mass media worked in terms of being a medium for communication, being a way to transmit information to the public, there were three specific factors in terms of the way that it worked that ended up amplifying the effects of compassion fatigue in the audience. And these three aspects were, one, its pervasiveness. It's called mass media for a reason, very difficult to avoid. It is designed with the intention of penetrating into all aspects of the population. Second, the news values themselves. For those who haven't seen a previous stream where I talked about them, the news values are basically a set of 7 different traits. Sorry, let me just do some quick maths to confirm that's the case. 8 different traits that, 8 different basically selling points that all news media, all news articles are expected to conform to at least one of, right? So basically reasons why the audience would tune into a story, bother to read it, bother to absorb it, whatever. Things that make stories interesting. And these news values are impact, something or someone that could affect the world at large, timeliness, Testing. Are we back? We're back? Okay. Thank fuck. I really do live in a second world country. But in any case, so, as you can probably tell by looking at the news values, that one of them is literally conflict and controversy. Inherently negative news is in and of itself, inherent negativity is in and of itself a selling point behind why people would pay attention to something. Now, that's just part of how our monkey brain evolved, because if you ignore the thing that may kill you, you tend to die off and not have offspring. So that is, an inherently built-in part of our psychology that news values do end up exploiting. However, the thing is, conflict and controversy being as big of a selling point as it is, being as major of a news value as it is, it usually ends up incentivizing especially with the advent of digital media, social media, especially with the way that those platforms operate off of engagement, right? When people comment under your thing, when people comment under your posts, you get boosted in the algorithm, more people see you, and therefore you make more sponsorship money or more advertising revenue. Conflict and controversy has become one of the most prominent news values in terms of dictating what news broadcasters actually want to talk about and feature for a long, long time. The only problem is that decision, that trend, has a negative consequence on the population's ability to absorb similarly negative news. When you get a constant bombardment of bad news, essentially, people tend to tune out. People develop a sense of apathy towards said news. And the final factor that feeds into the final effect that mass media communication around negative events tends to have on the audience is it drums home that sense of lacking agency. Oh, Akurek, welcome to the stream. So essentially, you get the exact same problem that I described earlier, where news stories about bad things happening in the world will often end without giving the audience any sense that they can do something about it, right? They're just sitting there in the cuck chair having to watch everything happen in front of them, barred from engaging in any meaningful manner. And the problem is, over an extended period of time, that ends up eroding a person's ability to stay tuned in. Yeah, we're talking about compassion fatigue. So, with all of this stuff in mind, what was beginning to emerge in media studies was an increasing acknowledgement of the fact that, hold on, if we try to go too hard on telling the public about a certain issue, or trying to expose them to that issue, they are going to end up essentially tuning everything out entirely. It might actually do more harm than good to that issue. But the problem is, broadcasters didn't actually have to care about that, because all they had to do was take one issue and then try swapping it out with another one. Now, obviously, for said broadcasters, that was the most effective short-term solution, because what it meant was they could keep up a constant rotation of different problems that they simply amp up to the same level, drum up similar amounts of engagement among their audiences, etc., etc., etc. But long-term, the effect that ends up having on society is that problems don't get solved. Then they arguably don't even get diagnosed correctly. Because one of the other side effects of news organizations trying to navigate around compassion fatigue, or one of the factors that feeds into why mass media creates compassion fatigue among its audiences as frequently as it does, was explored in another book about the condition 3 years later, published in 1999, titled Compassion Fatigue, How the Media Sells Disease, Famine, War, and Death, published and written by an author called Suzanne D. Muller. And in this book, she goes into those four different categories, right? Those four different categories of negative events that happen throughout the world: disease, famine, war, death. And she looked specifically at, lack of chair? Did my internet go out again? Okay, never mind, no. Do big news organizations even want to get problems solved? No, but they do want to be able to talk about them, and that's part of where this problem comes from. So, what this book looked at is how the media essentially leveraged those different spheres of these different categories of tragedies that happen throughout the world, and how they tried to present it in a manner that made for consumable news, consumable media. And one of the problems that Muller ends up identifying is that by virtue of trying to take these major world events and dumb them down to the point where they are widely consumable, what the news ends up doing, or what mass media ends up doing, is relying too much on an oversimplification of the event in front of them. Journalists will, without even intending it, end up condensing down an event that they are witnessing in real time, in real life, to a story that does not give the audience even the ability to realistically understand how the event came to be, the intricacies of why it happened, and how it could possibly be fixed. And as a result, all we get is essentially disaster porn. No way of actually fixing whatever problem is currently being reported on, just constant exposure to emotional demands that we pay attention to it. Accidentally one-guyed him? It's okay, you're forgiven. And in particular, there is one quote, I believe, on page 43, where Mueller goes into detail about how images, photographs of these horrible things happening around the world have this exact effect of overly simplifying how a tragedy came to be. Quote, "Images, by design, cannot help but simplify the world. What matters is the quality of their simplicity. Images of crisis and their accompanying metaphors rely on a repertoire of stereotypes. The heroic doctor, the brutal tyrant, the sympathetic aid worker, the barbaric mercenaries, the innocent orphans, the conniving politicians, and so on. The images induce the public to fit these models into the current crisis. Each stereotype employed implies or presupposes a storyline, which in turn implies or presupposes an appropriate political response. In other words, compassion fatigue both perpetuates and is perpetuated by the media's over-reliance on simplification, tropes, and stereotypes. Efforts made to essentially railroad the viewer's or reader's response to something, but in doing so, creates these continuous patterns that people will end up getting sick of over time. It is the death of both nuance and the ability to process negativity, because eventually what ends up happening is people realize that they are being railroaded, they see no out from the situations that they are being presented with, and they just tune out entirely. My professor said you should never trust a history book released less than 5 years after the event. For good reason. That is a pretty good. That's a pretty good rule to follow for the most part. So we don't like being told how to feel? Exactly. And on top of that, because of the fact that mass media is designed to pump out a constant supply of content, what ends up happening is they rely on simplification, on tropes and stereotypes as a crutch. And again, the side effect of that is that it feeds into the problem of railroading the way that people think about things. Essentially, what ends up happening is... Well, actually, an example of this is... I might get demonetized if I end up saying this out loud on stream, but an example of this is 9/11, right? So 9/11, in terms of when it happened, was a very major tragedy, to the point where it fundamentally ended up altering the American public consciousness for years after it happened. However, since then, the way that it was reported, the way that it managed to penetrate into American society and culture and media, was so absolute, so preponderous, that what has essentially ended up happening is 9/11 is now used as a shorthand to simply describe a tragedy. The meaning, the specific, the uniqueness of that particular tragedy, that disaster, is completely dead at this point. And it is now used as, when you say, oh, this was so-and-so's 9/11, it's just used as a sort of offhand metaphor in and of itself. And this is exactly the process that happens when you have the whole process of mass mediation surrounding a negative event. Jay hates his readers. Thank you for being a Footstool for 17 months. Don't got anything to say, so Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. There's already a word for that. It was something to do with the Soviet Union. Of course. But yeah, you could say it still affects the consciousness of the public both in America and abroad. Oh no, it absolutely does. But what I'm saying is that the event itself has lost a good deal of what made it unique and distinctive. And so, when you look at all of these things, what you get is this new phenomena, or new for the time when it was first being introduced into media studies, this new factor in terms of trying to define, when it comes to evaluating how effective what you're doing is at communicating a problem or trying to get people to know about or care about a problem. This was something new that people had to consider, that people working in, the fields of media and communications had to think about. Is it possible, or at what point does my coverage of a problem or a disaster or an issue end up becoming detrimental to people even engaging with it mentally? At what point do I need to stop? At what point is it that the manner in which I communicate about this issue ends up eroding people's ability to take it seriously? And with this new advent of, compassion fatigue as a concept in media studies, that then led, on a wide scale in the discipline, to people asking the question of, how does compassion fatigue actually affect the way that problems are communicated to the public? Because that has to be factored in now. That has to be something that people think about when it comes to trying to get others to care about whatever social problem they are trying to advertise or trying to raise awareness for. And when it comes to answering this question, we're going to default back to one of the core principles, one of the pillars that go into media, public relations, and communication in general, right? One that I talked about back 2 weeks ago when I did that stream about the Streamer Awards. That what you mean may not be what your audience hears. All of PR, all of communications, all of that discipline is fundamentally built to try and accommodate and work around this fundamental principle that sometimes when you're trying to craft a message and put it out to your audience, you don't get the response that you were expecting or hoping for. Now, in order to break this down further, as I stated before on stream, when you're trying to accommodate this into the way that you craft a message and the way that you evaluate how well something has been communicated, you break it down into two parts. One, you look at the medium that is being used to present the message, right? Besides the contents of the message itself, the medium also ends up having an implicit premise or an implicit message, right? In other words, when you're looking at mediums like, say, for example, the newspaper, radio, and television, or mass media, the implicit message is that it is something that people need to know about, or something that people should care about. Whereas, for example, if you take the medium of, let's say Discord, right? The implicit message is that it is intimate. The interaction is something that is personal, friendly, something that you would do behind closed doors with people that you know personally, or people that you want to spend time with. Now, the second portion, aside from just evaluating the medium being used to send a message, is understanding your audience, right? Knowing your audience. And the reason why that is very important is because your audience, completely independently of the entire process you went through to try and craft your message, your audience, depending on the various different features and aspects they possess, could end up completely altering the way that your message is being interpreted. It could be a factor that affects the interpretation of your message that is entirely out of your control if you do not predict it. Senor Tortillas, thank you for being a Footstool for 15 months. Hello, chat, howdy. Howdy to you too. And this ties in with yet another media principle that we've discussed on this channel before. The process of encoding and decoding. Very simply put, it is the process of how a message is crafted and then received. Right? Encoding is how the sender of a message crafts and communicates that message, and decoding is how the recipient of a message interprets that message. Now, here's what I mean when I say that who your recipient is could very well end up completely altering the way that that message is interpreted. And the example that I've used before, the example that I tend to default to, is that of someone trying to, let's say you try to give a compliment to a woman with a large belly, right? At first you have the, let's say that let's say that for some reason or other you're at a family meet and greet or, whatever, and you see a woman who's possibly related to you or, is, related to someone who's related to you. You see them, they have a big belly, and so you look down, you say, congratulations, right? Now, depending on whether that woman is actually pregnant or not, it completely alters the way that they read that message. In the case that, let's say scenario 1, the recipient of that message is actually pregnant, right? The message is then decoded positively. Now, it was encoded positively to begin with, because when you say congratulations to someone, the implication is that you are trying to express some sort of positivity. You're congratulating them on being about to become a parent, right? And in the case that, the recipient is actually pregnant, right? They then interpret that as a compliment and they feel positively about it. However, if that woman is not actually pregnant, if they just have a large belly because, well, they're fat, then they're going to interpret that as if you just called them fat. And they're going to decode that instead of positively, they're going to decode that negatively. And they're going to interpret that as an insult. Again, nothing has changed between these two scenarios regarding the actual message itself or the way in which it was communicated, but purely because of the recipient being different or having different traits, the meaning of the message when it is interpreted is completely different between the two. The lesson here is to never give women any compliments ever. Well said, well said. Said like someone who actually is married and has a kid. But in any case, so when I say that, this is why it is so important to understand your audience, not just because you want to make sure that your message has the best chance of reaching them, but so that you can actually anticipate how that message is going to be interpreted once it does reach them. Because again, different traits, context, and circumstances surrounding your audience can completely alter the manner in which they interpret whatever it is you're saying. Now, the second thing, well, that's pretty much, the whole process of why it is important to understand your audience, right? To know who it is you're communicating something to. However, when it comes to dissecting the VTuber callout meta, and the reason why I've gone into such detail to try and drag out and expand upon this concept of compassion fatigue is because currently the callout meta that we have in this industry, especially on the Western side of this industry, there are two inherent traits that are present within this current meta that really serve to amplify and exacerbate the condition of compassion fatigue among audiences in this sphere as a whole. And those two traits can be tied back to the primary mediums that are used, or I should say misused, being Twitter and Google Documents. And second, the conventions that are, a part of how this meta operates and how those specific conventions exacerbate the conditions for compassion fatigue. In other words, the audience is not receptive. The audience is already not really receptive to whatever callouts are made, but also the manner in which the mediums used to make those callouts, the manner in which the mediums used to make those callouts are implemented ends up making this consequence worse. It becomes a sort of negative feedback loop of sorts. Now, it's Mean Girls drama. That's a big part of the problem. So, we'll start off with an analysis of the actual mediums that people use to communicate their callouts. So, as I stated before, if you want to understand how a message is likely to be received, or what might impact or factor into the way that a message is received, you have to start with looking at the medium you intend to use in the first place. And not only that, but the context surrounding your use of that medium. And when you look at the VTuber industry, in the West specifically, you start to notice that there are three things that stand out among the way that independent VTubers tend to feed into this callout meta. Because this very much is, for the most part, the domain of indie VTubers. There are three implicit traits with this industry that end up feeding into the manner in which callouts are done. One, that creators are their own product and branded personalities are the norm. In other words, people are always going to be seen, if not be, a representation that they have crafted in order to appeal to an audience, rather than, an actual person that you would meet in real life. Second, industry communication is extensively mediated via Twitter specifically. And finally, that creators operate largely independently of one another's moral and ethical codes. Because they're indies, they don't have a common set of codes of conduct. They each have their own standards for what is acceptable or not, and they enforce that upon their own communities and spaces and whatever. Now, the problem is, all of these traits then go on to have consequences later on for how callouts are communicated. For starters, because creators are all, for the most part, branded personalities, right? That is the norm, right? To turn yourself as a person into a brand that can be marketed, sold, and bought by your audience, right? Authenticity becomes glorified while cynicism is demonized. That's why people have such a big stigma around the idea that VTubing is business, right? Or it's just business, because that punctures the immersion that the audience is able to feel when they buy into a personal brand, the personal brand that is usually sold by their favorite content creator. Yeah, Mercurius, exactly. Thank you for the 2. Medium is the Message by Marshall McLuhan. Thank you for the 2. Congratulations, Fatty. Now, I don't remember saying that. However, as a consequence of the second trait, that industry communication is extensively mediated by Twitter specifically, this also means that the traits of Twitter as a social platform end up shaping how conflicts are fought and resolved. And finally, because creators operate largely independently of one another's moral and ethical codes, because again, VTubing is an industry, not a community, what ends up happening is most agreements are largely informal at best and alleged at worst. The problem is, what this does is it then makes proving wrongdoing when an agreement is allegedly broken much, much more complicated. Because in order to establish that an agreement has been broken in the first place, you need to be able to establish that, yes, there was an agreement in the first place. And that's really difficult to do when everyone is operating off of different standards and codes for conduct, different sets of expectations for one another, because no two content creators are going to be the same. And if there is no set agreement, some things that they have mutually agreed upon, something that they have mutually agreed to abide by, especially something that hasn't been written down on paper, it becomes very, very difficult to gauge whether it is even reasonable to judge two content creators according to the same sets of morals and principles. Now, this is pretty self-explanatory. I've talked about this at length already, right? The idea that creators are their own product, and as a result, people in this industry in general tend to glorify authenticity while looking down upon cynicism, right? Cynicism is a rather dirty word in this industry, and it's an even dirtier mindset for the most part. However, this is something that I've found to be more interesting to talk about, because something that I have noted, and something that I have come around on, mostly because I have been able to draw upon wisdom from people in this industry who are far more experienced than I am. I have come around to understanding that there is no getting rid of Twitter when it comes to VTubing, and that is specifically because of the different demographics that converge upon this one platform in VTubing. When you actually look at why the industry is so reliant on Twitter, why Twitter is such a major factor in how VTubing exists as an industry, it is because when you really boil it down, all the major demographics that make up this industry all operate off of Twitter. Corporations post their official announcements and advertising onto Twitter. Talents go onto Twitter as a way of, venting or creating engagement or trying to speak to their community off stream. You have audiences that obviously go onto the platform as well because they want to see more content or be more informed about their favorite source of content. And finally, a lot of contractors use Twitter as well as a sort of way of communicating with potential clients. And as a result, when all of these different demographics that are essential to this industry converge upon the one platform, it also creates the effect where each one has their presence on the platform becoming a chain or a reason to stay for all of the other entities involved. Talents will stay on the platform because contractors, audiences, and corporations all use it in order to communicate with one another. Corporations will continue to use it because that way they can reach talents, audiences, and contractors as well. Contractors will continue to stay on the platform because they can continue to find clients and fans of their work. And audiences will obviously want to stay on it as well because, again, their favorite talents, the corporations that may manage them, and, their favorite artists are all on the same platform as well. Blue Sky will die before Twitter does? I believe that as well. And funny that you should bring up Blue Sky, because when it comes to the alternatives that people tend to use aside from Twitter, Truth Social, Blue Sky, or whatever, Mastodon, or whatever the other one's called, all of those are similar to Twitter in terms of functionality and aesthetic, even if they aren't similar in terms of user base and culture. So the biggest Twitter alternatives tend to be basically Twitter clones. So for all intents and purposes, this is going to be, because all of these different demographics that make up this industry, right, are basically chained to Twitter by one another, no less. What that means is that Twitter now becomes the default arena in which all disputes between different actors in this industry tend to get mediated. This is the default, this is the coliseum that everyone ends up in when they have a dispute with another person in the industry that they want to hash out in a public manner. Now, because Twitter is the default arena in which these disputes are had, in which these disputes are conducted and acted out and resolved in some cases, what then ends up happening is you have to factor in the fact that Twitter is a social platform when it comes to predicting how those disputes are going to go, how people are going to communicate both preceding, during, and after those disputes happen. And once again, I want to return to another concept regarding how social platforms affect the way that people communicate that I've brought up in the past. This concept of live streaming. Specifically, in a book that I've referenced on stream before, Status Update, Celebrity, Publicity, and Branding in the Social Media Age by Alice E. Marwick. Basically, for those who haven't seen one of my streams before or haven't seen me talk about this specific book on my stream, I highly recommend going through one of the chapters titled Live Streaming that you can probably find from JSTR online or something along those lines, or some similar website. Because this is a book that basically goes into how social platforms affect the manner in which people interpret the way we communicate and the way that we go about communicating to begin with. And one of the principles that it establishes on page 213 is, quote, the idea that the presence of the networked audience, because that's fundamentally, the presence of a networked audience is fundamentally what defines a social media platform, enables others to weigh in on social norm violations. Now, the reason why this is an important idea is because, well, actually, to begin with, one, the thing that separates networked audiences from just normal audiences is that a networked audience has access to one another. Individual users on social media platforms will be able to see what other users say in response to something, and that ends up factoring into one, how they interpret something, and two, how they respond to it. And again, part of what defines social media is not just that you are beaming out a message to individual viewers, as is the case with television, but each of those viewers has access to other viewers readily and apparently, right? And as a result, you have to factor in how a group may respond to something, or how individual trailblazers may end up creating a group response to something that isn't a consideration that you would need to factor in when you're communicating something via radio or television per se. So to go on, while audience involvement can be seen as promoting accountability, Social media also amplifies the amount of drama and conflict as other people, besides the original two players, become involved in the argument. In other words, social media is a double-edged sword. On one hand, it allows more people to weigh in on what is perceived to be a violation of a social norm. On the other hand, when you bring a personal dispute to social media, a lot more people are going to become involved than just the two of you. And that is arguably because of how readily apparent that is, that outcome is right at the outset of using a social media platform to communicate something to begin with. That is the intention. That is the implicit message that you are communicating to people when you choose to take to social media to talk about a problem. The medium itself, right? Social media platforms themselves, as a medium, contain the implicit message that anything you say on them, you are okay with being made public. You are okay with being part of a public arena of opinion and discussion. That is something that you sign up to, whether you are aware of it or not, the moment you lock in this as your medium of choice when it comes to communicating about something that bothers you. Now, this then links with something else that I've discussed on previous streams, which is that this inherent aspect of social media platforms, right? The fact that they are open arenas, that they are designed to invite a whole broad spectrum of people into discussing any one particular topic, no matter how little they may be personally related or invested in it. It results in the fact that, well, Twitter is an open arena, right? And because it is an open arena where each individual person, right, the fact that the individual actors, indies especially in VTubing in the West, there is no shared code of conduct. There is no enforceable rule because, well, there's no community. There is no single shared and enforced code of conduct or set of moral or ethical standards. And as a result, when you have an environment where there is an absence of enforceable rules, social taboos end up taking their place. It is human nature to invent rules when you have none enforced upon you. And what this means is that, well, a whole variety of knock-on effects. One, when you start enforcing social taboos rather than, actual written in paper rules that people have all mutually agreed upon, as is the case with a contract, for example, friendship becomes a selling point, and friendliness becomes an obligation. Social dynamics begin to dictate professional dynamics. All interactions, especially positive ones, gain a veneer of performativity. And finally, social interactions and dynamics begin to be shaped by platform design, because they are all occurring over social media. Lumi, thank you for the 5. But Armchair, I've seen someone say you have to ask their permission to cover their public docky on stream. But seriously, people are stupid? I agree. People can be dumb about that sometimes. But again, a lot of this I do think is put down to the fact that it is not normalized for people to understand that this is how the mediums we use to communicate are built. And as a result, they have inbuilt messages of their own and premises of their own that people are not usually consciously made aware of. This is usually something they only end up learning. The idea that all social media platforms have an implicit premise that the moment you use them to communicate something, you are signaling to everyone else that you are okay with that something being public discussion. That may sound obvious to you and I, but it is not exactly something that's advertised on the tin, because when these media platforms advertise themselves to users, they usually focus around connection or validation or being able to, show off what you're, how you think, how you feel, etc., etc., etc. And they don't end up talking about how literally everything you end up saying on there is purposefully built by virtue of the design of the platform to be scrutinized by anybody and everybody. And so, again, it's a pretty obvious point, but it's something that I think is worth stating explicitly sometimes, because not everyone's going to get it immediately. And there are some people who, were it not for the fact that they were never told about it, would be willing to pivot the way that they use social platforms around that principle. Spino, thank you for being a Footstool for an entire year. Happy New Year, Chairman. Happy New Year to you too. And so, you have all of these various knock-on effects of, social taboos taking the place of enforceable rules when you are confronted with an environment where no one has the same set of values and ethical, moral or ethical values, as is the case with indie VTubing, right? However, on top of that, like I said before, social interactions and dynamics end up being shaped by platform design. Now, when it comes to Twitter's platform design, and this is something that I have said many, many times before, you can sum up Twitter's platform design with one image. That image being what it looks like when you decide to make a post on Twitter. One specific part of that image, one specific part of that make post pop-up, that, that sort of posting, that drafting pop-up that happens whenever you press the plus sign on your Twitter app. Everyone can reply. That one sentence over in the bottom left corner, when you click the dialogue option to, make a Twitter post, that sums up everything you need to know about the way that Twitter is made as a platform. That is everything you need to know when it comes to how Twitter as a platform ends up mediating what you say or the contents of your message. Yeah, Sluncer, that's a good way of putting it. Posting on social media is enabling PvP. All you need to know about Twitter is this one sentence. Everyone can reply. Because that sums up the way the entire platform is built to work. Everything will be shown to anyone, provided it will encourage them to engage with it. I've explained this functionality multiple times on stream before, but I'll reiterate it again. Twitter, like any other social media platform, is built to maximize engagement. What that means is, when a post receives a specific threshold of engagement within a short enough period of time, Twitter begins to show that post to people outside of the poster's base or usual audience, in the hopes that it can encourage more engagement in a similar manner. What that usually means is, if you are above a certain size or above a certain following on Twitter, you don't get a choice in whether your posts break your bubble, so to speak, or if they end up reaching the wrong audience or an unintended audience. Because if you are popular enough, if your audience is switched in enough to whenever you make a post and they end up liking it almost immediately, you are going to get your post shoved in front of people who don't usually consume your content, because that's just how Twitter is built as a platform. That is how they farm engagement. So, essentially, the core part of Twitter's identity... Shit, I just knocked something over. Hold on, give me a second. Are we back? Okay. It wouldn't be a New Year's EN stream without constant scuff. Alright, in any case. Hold on. Where did I break off? We back? I was DC'd, not muted, so... This is the third time we're making a counter now. If you're keeping track, I appreciate it. I would be curious to see how many times that happens by the end of the stream. Back to back? Okay. Yes, I knocked something over. Alright, there we go. Okay, so, essentially, the main principle, the core thing that makes up Twitter's identity and functionality as a platform is that principle of openness, right? Twitter essentially, in the name of trying to create engagement among as many users as possible, will try to make all types of content as accessible to as many people as possible. And that core principle of Twitter being an open space, or trying to force people into an open space, is the thing that, at least in my opinion, defines completely and fundamentally it's how it works as a platform, and how people, or it should define how people use it as a platform. And then, when having established the idea that, Twitter is an open space, right? It's designed to be an open space, or to create a space that is as open as possible. That then ends up affecting the way that conflicts are resolved in said space. Because, as I have talked about before, and I believe that this was during the stream that I did previously where I talked about, funnily enough, the stream where I did talk about the Cinder doc for the first time, or the Cinder document saga. When it comes to taboo-based rule enforcement tends to unfold slightly differently depending on whether the space you are enforcing it in is open or closed. When you're enforcing it in a closed space, like, let's say, a community, where there is a border around it, a border that surrounds it, and the ability to kick out offenders from it, ability to exclude offenders from it, then the way that you enforce penalties for, breaking a taboo is you kick the rule breaker out of the room, right? You exclude them from the space. They are gone, they are out of your hair, and from then on, they are no longer a problem for you, and you are no longer an issue for them. Lumi, thank you for the 5. I know we talked about this on Lumicast, but I would like to introduce this wonderful concept of VTube. Wonderful concept to VTube is called a diary. I know it's revolutionary. I agree. I don't think you should ever use Twitter as a journal or something of the like. Funless, thank you for the 2. The Cindervale Dockey. Don't remind me. It's very difficult for me to make that distinction between the two in my head. However, this is how taboo-based rule enforcement tends to work in closed spaces, because there is a border, there is a barrier, and you can exclude people by kicking them out of it. However, when you're in an open space, a place without borders, a place where exclusion is never really an option, things change, because instead of simply kicking people out of a space, people default to trying to destroy their adversary instead. This is why on Twitter, the default way of resolving a dispute or conflict is not mere exclusion. It's not just ignoring the other party and hoping for the best. It's trying to destroy them, assassinate their character, cripple their brand, make it so that they are no longer capable of threatening you ever again, by cutting their hamstrings and shooting them through the knee. This is taboo-based rule enforcement when exclusion is not an option, when there is no barrier, there is no door, and as a result, the only option left is complete annihilation of the opposing side. So this is where we got up to last time when I was talking about the way in which Twitter affects the ability, or how people choose to engage with disputes or act them out or hash them out or whatever. However, to expand on where we last left off, there are two other implicit aspects when it comes to there are two other implicit ways in which social media affects the messages that people end up putting out on them. Specifically, two other things. One, which is that on social media, parasociality heavily mediates how audiences process information. Again, this is nothing new. We've talked about this extensively before. However, this interacts in a particularly pernicious way when we're looking at compassion fatigue and how it develops in an audience. But the second thing is that on social media, hurt, basically meaning feelings of distress or pain, and injury, actual damage or harm done, basically become synonymous and or indistinguishable from one another. Because on social media, the line between the two gets blurred very, very heavily. Now, why is this important? Well, we'll start with the whole parasociality aspect. See, the reason that parasociality is an important factor when you consider how social media affects compassion fatigue, or how it essentially modulates the way that audiences develop compassion fatigue, is because social media, digital media, it's essentially, when you get compassion fatigue via digital media, it essentially combines traits from both the more traditional initial burnout syndrome, that arises from interpersonal interactions, and mass media compassion fatigue as well, because of the way that digital platforms are designed. Because of the parasocial aspect of digital platforms, when you feel attached to a certain content creator and you begin to, behave and think of, essentially interpret the information that they, what they say, what they do through that lens of parasocial attachment, right? It essentially simulates what it is like to interact with them on a person-to-person level, even if you're not actually doing that. That's why it's called a parasocial relationship or a parasocial interaction. And as a result, you get the exact same vulnerability to the factors that feed into burnout syndrome. You get the impression of actually dealing with troubled or needy persons if the needy or troubled person in question is someone who you have a parasocial attachment to. You get the exact same overload of information and or demands because content creators who feel that sense of closeness with their audience or community will often feel no hesitation when it comes to asking them for emotional validation or affirmation. And the thing is, well, that is part and parcel of how parasocial relationships go in both directions. Yes, audiences may feel particularly attached to a specific content creator, but that content creator is also likely to feel just as attached to their audience because that audience is a ready source of validation, monetization, affirmation, whatever, right? And again, when that relationship reaches a certain degree of closeness between audience/community and creator, that creator begins to feel less inhibited, usually speaking. More often than not, that creator will feel less inhibited when it comes to asking or demanding their audience support them emotionally through times of hardship. Jacob Foxfires, thank you for being a Footstool for 5 months. Surprised you didn't mention Twitlongers yet? We're going to get to that in a second, don't you worry. And finally, of course, you have the lack of personal agency and or efficacy, because at the end of the day, even if you are parasocially attached to somebody, you are not going to be able to do anything that's going to tangibly affect their life, besides donate to them or give them watch time. And those are basically your only two methods of interaction with any given person, conflict, situation out there. You only have access to whatever it is you can type online or whatever you have left to spare to donate. That's it. And that is when you're talking about trying to fix a problem or resolve an interpersonal dispute, those are not a lot of methods that you can default to or that you can utilize in order to fix or even meaningfully contribute or diagnose a problem. And that often leaves people en masse on social media when someone opens up about a problem feeling like they can't really do anything about it. Then, of course, you have the traits that were implicit, that were built into mass media, right? The pervasiveness, the news values, the lack of agency that's shared with the whole burnout syndrome thing, but pervasiveness. Social media has taken the same principle that mass media operated off of trying to penetrate into the consciousness of the public to as far an extent as possible, and essentially dialed that up to 11. The prevalence of social media in modern society is to far greater an extent than mass media was capable of pulling off. That is why, by the way, legacy media is falling off significantly, and social media is taking its place. So pervasiveness is, well, it's basically part and parcel of being a digital platform. But the news values. Now, on social media, they may not have the exact same news values as journalists do or as news broadcasters do. But the fact remains that on social media, there are a list of underlying incentives or underlying traits that accompany ways that stories or anecdotes or statements can be presented that make people more likely to pay attention. And those values end up shaping, to a significant extent, how people choose to communicate on social media as well. Master, I think for the 5, I just realized that the Zion and Selen termination dockeys are very similar to the typical Google Dockey and try to fulfill a similar purpose. Yes, and I would make the argument that had either Zion or Selen termination dockeys, well, actually, I would make the argument that had Sayu tried to release One Girl Story in 2025 instead of, at the end of 2025 or beginning of 2026 instead of when she did, after, people are as tired of Google Docs as they are now, it would not have worked, like, at all. People would have had a significantly more negative response to it. Again, entirely separate from the actual contents of the document and its implications, but purely because of the surrounding context and how hostile people have now become to the idea of Google Docs in general. I think it would have been a lot more difficult for her to be able to get her message out there. And again, that feeds into part of the reason why I don't like this current day meta. Belargus, thank you for the 5. I'd like to push back in a dark way. You can spread hate to perceived enemies. You can burn down comment sections. It feels like agency, however dark. Yes. However, again, for reasons we'll get into later, that is usually not a form of agency that is readily available to most fans of people who end up sharing their struggles online, especially interpersonal disputes online. So, as a result of all of these different factors and traits, right? Essentially, what I want to hammer home is that digital compassion fatigue is essentially this sort of Frankenstein's abomination that combines the severity and the traits of burnout syndrome with its mass media counterpart of compassion fatigue. Right? What we essentially get is this sort of compassion fatigue, but on steroids, much more likely to emerge and also happens on a much grander scale than it previously did throughout history. However, Akorek, part of the reason why I'm going to, one of the things that I'm going to get into in a second is part of what makes Asami's Dockey well received is not just the contents, but the manner in which she went about presenting said contents, which is something that most people are not going to be able to register. So another part of this is, another part of what makes, obviously, because of the fact that we now have this problem of, digital compassion fatigue being this sort of roided up version of its predecessors, obviously, similarly to its predecessors, people are going to have to find ways of working around it. They may not be aware of the term compassion fatigue. They may not be consciously registering the fact that people may become more fatigued the more negative stimuli they are, exposed to. But most people have a reflexive understanding of, if I'm going to make a call out, I need to ensure that people actually pay attention, that people assume that they have a reason to pay attention to it. Jareen, see you in the VOD. Dockey has turned into a yes compassion therapy, but I feel like it's the same format for every Dockey. See, it's the same format for most Dockeys, but there are exceptions that I hope to highlight over the course of this stream. So, essentially, the thing that stands in the way of most, call-outs being taken seriously is whether they are deemed relevant to the audience or not. Because obviously, at a certain point, when people see that a call-out is being made online, they could always just go, you know what, I can't be bothered, this doesn't matter to me, not my problem, and tune it out completely. And as a result, people writing those call-outs need to essentially figure out how to work around that initial knee-jerk response of, is this my problem? No, fuck off. And one of the ways in which they go about it, if not necessarily in a deliberate and conscious manner, is by conceiving of a problem in terms of a split between public curiosity and public interest. Now, the divide between these two concepts is something I've talked about on stream before, but to simplify it, public interest is the idea that something needs to be known by the public, right? Public interest, things that fall under the category of public interest, are things that the public needs to know because it could have a tangible effect on them. The counterpart to public interest is public curiosity, things that the public might want to know, but it won't necessarily affect them. And the example that I provide to go along with, showing how the difference between these two things work is, well, the way that news media tends to handle Taylor Swift, specifically the way that she uses her private jets, right? Something that would be public interest is, for example, keeping track of how many times Taylor Swift used her private jet over the course of a single year. The reason why that is considered public interest is because Taylor Swift is a very public ambassador of climate change, or specifically encouraging people to be climate conscious. And, well, using 2 private jets to fly all over America is not exactly very congruent with the idea of being a major ambassador of, climate consciousness. However, something that would be more in line with public curiosity rather than public interest would be like, for example, her rushing over to a different part of the US to watch her boyfriend at the Super Bowl, right? That's not something that's going to affect anyone. That's not something that the public would realistically have an interest in, well, have a need to be invested in, potentially. It's just something that people might want to know, right? So it is, therefore, just curiosity and not interest. The problem is, when you're making a social media call-out, if what you're talking about is only presented as a public curiosity, what ends up happening is it becomes the likelihood that someone will actually engage with it hinges entirely on how interesting you are able to make it. But the thing is, if you are trying to talk about something that is a personal trauma, or at least something you are trying to present as a personal trauma, you're probably not going to be very incentivized to throw on a bunch of bells and whistles on top of what you're already talking about. You want it to be serious, you want it to be personal, but you also need to find a way of overcoming that fundamental hurdle of, is this something that is relevant to me? No? Fuck off. And that's, as a result of that, it is a challenge that most people who make social media callouts have to overcome to somehow present a personal problem as if it is in the public interest to know and talk about on social media. And the way that you can conceptualize this is by looking at the ways in which a topic, well, you can think of it as a sort of sliding scale in terms of how much something is worth, how essential something is to publicize, right? Let's take, for example, when you try to place a specific topic, right, a specific expression of grievance on a sliding scale between public interest, something that the public should be informed about, needs to know about, because it could realistically affect them, versus public curiosity, which is things that they just want to know, but won't necessarily affect them. Saying that you have been injured by something or someone falls more so in public interest than it does in public curiosity. Because when you have had real harm, damage, tangible, measurable, objective being done to you, that then implies that whatever source that damage came from could then go on to do the same thing to somebody else. For that reason, I've been injured is a grievance that is very much in the public interest. However, I feel hurt is not quite the same, because something that may make you feel hurt does not mean that it has the capacity to do the same to somebody else. They may have a different temperament to you, different personality, different constitution, different resources at their disposal, and as a result, what results in one person feeling hurt will not necessarily translate one-to-one with another random member of the public feeling the same way. And as a result, I feel hurt is a grievance that falls more in the direction of public curiosity than public interest. Now, here's the problem. If you have an interpersonal dispute with someone, a social dispute with someone, and you want to articulate it on social media, you want to go to social media, get your audiences involved, publicize it, etc., and your grievance is purely that you feel hurt, you have been offended, etc., people aren't going to care unless you manage to make it look more objective, look more universally applicable. In other words, unless you make that hurt look like an injury. This ties in with, then, the ways in which people may attempt to articulate the nature of what has been done to them. In other words, remember how earlier on we talked about how social media has the effect of amplifying discussions around violations, specifically social norm violations. Whenever you express that you have a grievance, one of the fundamental premises of most grievances is that there has been a violation of some sort. Something has been violated, whether it be your expectations, your boundaries, your person, or an agreement that you have made with someone. The problem is, not all violations are made equal in the eyes of the public, and especially in the eyes of the social media stranger that is encountering what you're saying for the first time, who does not know you personally and has no way of judging what you are like as a person or how much they should take what you say seriously. Not all violations are made equal because not all violations are as universally applicable or easily proved as others. And you can, yet again, judge it on a sort of sliding scale based on how subjective said violations are. If you judge it, let's say this, you can think of it as a scale in terms of violations that are objectively provable. You know, you can hand people evidence that there was a prior agreement that that two parties would behave in a certain manner towards one another, and one of those parties broke those terms. And then on the other hand, you have, on the total opposite end of the spectrum, a violation that does not require proof and where proof is mostly besides the point, right? On the more objectionable side of the spectrum, the more objective side of the spectrum, you have violations of contract. This is where you have, written agreements that are mutually agreed upon by two or more parties, and through the act of signing that agreement, all parties have a clear, objective, tangible idea of how they should both be acting in relation to one another. One party breaks the terms of that contract, and that contract can very easily be produced in order to show that a violation has occurred. Now, in between the two extremes, you have a violation of social norms. Now, social norms are a good deal more tangible than just individual hang-ups or individual boundaries, because they are determined by a group of people. Right? This is a group of people who come together and agree upon a set of shared ideas for what is acceptable behavior and what is unacceptable behavior. However, it is a little bit less clear or transparent than a written contract, than something that is a lot more visible and tangible than, a piece of paper or a digital document that says this is how we agree to treat one another. There are rules, but they are mostly unwritten, and they are rules that are held by, they are unwritten and only enforced by virtue of the fact that multiple people are adhering to them at the same time. On the other end of the spectrum, on the extreme other end of the spectrum, you have violations of personal boundaries. These are basically completely subjective, and as a result, basically don't require any proof, because if a person says that their personal boundaries have been violated, then, well, how do you contest that? How do you disprove that? They are the source of said boundaries, and as a result, they are the ultimate authority in whether those boundaries have been violated. Now, on one hand, you may think that grievances that have to do with violations of personal boundaries must therefore be the most effective ones to articulate over social media. After all, the person articulating them is the ultimate authority. They cannot be challenged on that regard, and they are also more easily the most emotive out of all of these different, out of these three broad categories of violations. The problem, however, stems from the subjectivity of it. Because if your viewer, your audience, the person you are communicating with, does not share those same boundaries, then very easily what you say, regardless of how egregious the transgression has been in your eyes, that viewer, that audience, that user, they are not going to share your sentiment. You do have complete authority over what are your boundaries, but that does not grant you authority over whether they are taken seriously by someone who doesn't know who you are, or someone who exists on, someone who has no personal relation to you. So, as a result, you get this sort of balancing act between these different sorts of violations. And you get this heavy incentive where if someone has had, a violation of their personal boundaries that they want to articulate and take to social media, they will be incentivized to try and essentially push it up the spectrum towards the other side. Because the thing is, yes, the more you push your issue up to the other end of the spectrum, the more it can be questioned and scrutinized and contested by other people on social media. But the more likely it is to be taken seriously by a larger group of people at the same time. It's a trade-off that you have to make. Yes, you stop being the ultimate authority in terms of whether a wrongdoing has occurred, but at the same time, whatever wrongdoing you are presenting as a result tends to be taken seriously by more people while you present it. at the same time, using this medium that we all share. Yeah, exactly. These are the rules of engagement, right? And so we reach the final part of the final factor that determines what people are incentivized to do, or how they're incentivized to present their personal struggles or disputes or disagreements when they take them to social media, which is relatability. And this is why, when it comes to most of the times when people take a personal dispute to social media, why they don't try to frame it as a violation of contract or anything near as objective as that, but they tend to try and frame it as a violation of norms instead. Because when you start measuring situations based off of not just how provable they are, not just how objective or subjective they are, but in terms of how likely it is that an audience is even going to be willing to indulge it as a problem they bother to think about or feel for, then that's an entirely different set of factors, which centers around relatability. How likely is an audience to extend their sense of compassion towards you because something has happened to you or a violation has been done? And here's where you run into a whole other set of problems entirely. Because even if contracts are a more objective form of violation, that doesn't guarantee that audiences are going to feel for you. Because it is, for the same reason as personal boundaries are a little difficult for the average social media user who doesn't know you to empathize with, contracts are hyper-specific in terms of what they contain, who signed them, and the circumstances in which they were signed. In other words, the reason why contracts may be a more objective form of violation, but they are also less relatable because of their specificity. When someone goes to social media and says, "I signed a contract, but I don't like the fallout of it," and they present it in exactly that manner, people are more likely than not going to disengage and refuse to extend their feelings of empathy and compassion because, well, you signed that contract. If that is not a contract that your audience will have signed themselves, then by virtue of that fact, they are not going to extend their sympathies for when that contract pans out in a manner that you don't like. Same thing goes for violations of personal boundaries. They are less relatable on average because of their degree of specificity. What constitutes your personal boundaries may not constitute your audience's. And if your audiences view your personal boundaries as being perhaps excessively sensitive or unreasonable, and they don't share those boundaries themselves, they are therefore more likely to simply tune out your complaints. The sweet spot, therefore, between objectivity, provability, and relatability, things that your audience the average social media user who doesn't know you, would be more likely to engage with or express support of, therefore lies directly in the middle of the spectrum. The violation, or an alleged violation, of social norms. Because social norms, by virtue of being held by everybody, or a lot of people at the same time, are going to be ones that the average person who doesn't know you are going to be, it's going to be one that they are more likely, on average, to take seriously without you needing to set up too much preamble or explain too much about your specific set of circumstances, beliefs, or values. And so, as a result, usually, what you may notice about the manner in which people present the issues or disputes that they have on social media, right? Whether it be a contractual one, let's say, for example, that, they broke a contract that they signed with a company or whatever, and they're now suffering the fallout from that, or a violation of personal boundaries in the sense that they have a disagreement with another person, right? One other content creator. Instead of just presenting it, the way that it is, right, at a base level, in both instances, people will usually try to change the framing of whatever is happening, whatever dispute they have, so that it looks more like a violation of social norms than anything else, than a violation of a pre-written contract or a difference when it comes to violating a personal boundary or whatever, right? Yeah, you can see how, Selene and Zion's terminations fed into that. Exactly, right? Instead of writing the termination notices as if it was purely a contractual, a contractual break, right, where one party agreed to something in writing and then failed to fulfill that standard. What those termination notices did was they tried to bring in this whole social element to it as well. And again, when people spotted that, that's what they started to instinctively react against because they felt like they were being had, rightfully so. Hold on. Bit of IMO stuff, but IMO, the main issue is having child content creators with no parental figures at all. Yeah. So when you have, with this being the set of factors, hopefully I've been able to explain why, when it comes to these individual callouts, the meta has been, for a while, to try and frame every instance of interpersonal dispute or every instance of contractual disagreement or contractual violation as a violation of social norms instead of, well, a more objective assessment of what those things are. Because even if you could be more accurate in terms of portraying the situation to your audience, being accurate does not guarantee that your audience is going to be likely to actually extend their feelings of sympathy, empathy, or compassion towards you. So people end up framing it a little differently, pushing the matter and their description of the matter towards the middle of the spectrum rather than allowing them to remain at the borders of it, to remain at the extremes of it, I should say. And so we've now established the underlying, I suppose, incentives behind how these platforms end up shaping the motivations behind how people engage with them, how people how people may go about presenting problems or disputes via social media as well. Which only therefore leaves the actual mediums that people are using. And this is where I start to take issue with the Google Doc meta specifically. Because had this been something that, had these callouts only operated off of one social platform, Twitter or formerly TwitLonger, I would not have nearly as much of a problem. But unfortunately, in the interests of what I can only assume to be trying to present their disputes or disagreements or whatever in a more palatable fashion for the audience, it has become customary, it has become a trend to drag in an entirely different meta into how social media callouts are done. When you look at Twitter as a medium, how it's built as a platform, right, as a tool, three traits of it stand out. It derives its utility from social interactions, right, sociality. It encourages performativity because it is a social media platform. And finally, that its features are primarily built around farming engagement. Every single part of Twitter revolves around, in terms of its design, its architecture, the way that it works, the way that it is used, is built around these three fundamental traits. Now, formally, when you did social media callouts also exhibit all of these traits. They are callouts that primarily revolve around some sort of social violation or violation of some sort of social norm in terms of being, it will try to frame and present whatever dispute or issue is being brought up through that lens, even if it's not quite accurate to the reality of the situation. It also hinges upon the implicit premise that it is being aired out for social reasons, right? This is something that an audience is expected to pay attention to or weigh in on, right? And this is the same thing that accompanied TwitLonger, because it was a social media platform that had those exact same premises, but with the added functionality of being able to add more words to a post, right? However, the problem is Google Docs are a medium that represents something completely different. As a medium, they are built in a manner that operates off of an entirely different set of pre-established features and, well, focuses from Twitter or any other social platform for that matter. In the fact that it's not even a social platform to begin with. Google Docs is not social media, or it's not intended to work that way. The utility of a Google Doc is primarily derived from its literary functionality. It is a tool to read and write. It lacks intrinsic social conventions surrounding how it is used. And when I say intrinsic social conventions, what I mean is the way that people use them in a social setting is not something that is encouraged or implied by the actual design of the medium itself. It just exists. Now, people have picked it up and started using it in a socially conventional manner, but that is a decision that has been made entirely separate of the actual design of the application or the platform or the tool itself. And finally, the features of Google Documents are built fundamentally around its literary functionality, not its ability to enable social interaction, not in its worth as some sort of way of communicating between individual people. It's not a messaging app. It's not a social media platform. It is just a tool for writing and reading things, for making documents. It's in the name. Maybe it's just me, but Google Docs just make me blank because it makes me think of work. Exactly, right? And that's how it started off. It started off as a medium, as a tool that was primarily built with the sole focus of enabling some form of work. Are we in? Are we back? Okay, we're back. All right. So yeah, what I was saying is, Google Docs have been adopted as a sort of simplistic veneer of professionalism or officiality that has been adopted by social media callouts and people seeking to make social media callouts. Now, this is problematic for a number of reasons, but one of the reasons that I think is not acknowledged is because Google Docs, as a medium, as a tool, has utilities when it comes to the presentation of information. Tools that get eroded in terms of their effectiveness, the more people come to stigmatize the application itself. When people burn out, audiences on social media to the very use of a Google Doc in a callout, that then makes it more difficult for people in future to try and present information using the utilities offered by Google Documents when they're trying to make an actual legitimate complaint or trying to make some sort of real PSA for the public in general to try and inform them of a threat or something that could be a source of injury. Part of what makes the Google Dockey meta something that I despise so much is the fact that it basically underwrites and undermines the usefulness of Google Docs as a medium to convey information. A medium that should, at least on paper, no pun intended, be entirely separate from Twitter itself. It should be judged entirely separately from Twitter itself. And so, to really highlight what I mean by that, what I mean when I say that Google Docs as a medium have been abused and misused by the way that people go about doing social media callouts, and how it feeds into a problem where the intrinsic value of a Google document is eroded by their misuse. We're going to go with two specific case studies, both from 2025, albeit at slightly different parts of 2025. Exhibit A being the Cinder saga, which we have talked about before. Exhibit B being the more recent spat between VTuber Baraloaf and Mary FD, or Marie FD. Sorry, give me a second. Alright, so, to give a brief overview of both situations, we'll start off with the Cinder saga. As you all may remember from the original stream that I did talking about it, everything started on April 26th, earlier this year, when, or I should say earlier last year, when user, artist, VTuber Nanolus would end up making a Twitter post saying, "Hello, I'm here to share something that has affected me personally and hurt others. This was very hard for me, but I feel it is necessary. Please do not send hate to anyone on my behalf. This is all I want to say," accompanied with a Google document that was titled "Terminating My Work with Cinder." Now, at the time, what I focused on was dissecting the actual contents of the document itself. But now what I want to do is actually look at how this document, this complaint, is being presented, framed, and articulated to the public. Now, one of the things that stands out is the language that is being used. It is framed as a personal matter. I'm here to share something that has affected me personally and hurt others. This was very hard for me, but I feel it is necessary. Please do not send hate to anyone on my behalf. This is all I want to say. Now, this is on the surface, for those who are unfamiliar with this, or for those who are unfamiliar with this, they may read this as, okay, this is a contractor ending their terminating their working relationship with a client. Why does this need to be made public? Right? And again, when you read through the document itself, pull it up. Hold on, let me just get the window up. All right, there we go. When you read through the document itself, in terms of the way that it opens, Nanolith states, I wanted to share my experience with Cinder and Red manipulating me, using me, dragging me into drama, while sabotaging, slandering, and spreading lies about people I thought were her closest friends. Not only do I no longer wish to work with Cinder, but I want to share what I've endured over the years and shed light on what she has been doing behind people's backs to protect artists and friends that may be experiencing something similar. Again, notice how this issue is framed. It is fundamentally a personal one, an interpersonal one that is between her employer, her previous employer, well, not employer, but her previous client, I should say, and her client's friends. And yet it is presented as to protect artists and friends that may be experiencing something similar. It is presented as if it is something put on night mode. Apologies for the flashbang. But yeah, it is presented as if it is a social ill, a social violation that needs to be remedied. That what Cinder has done is not merely violate a personal boundary, but in fact, a social norm. And when we start going through the other Google documents that were made about the Cinder situation, you start to notice that this isn't a one-off thing. This is a recurring pattern, a recurring theme in how these documents attempt to present the nature of the conflict with Cinder. Then, later on, by a matter of only a few minutes, Bao the Whale makes a tweet saying, I was very hurt by someone I thought was a friend, accompanied by a Google document link. Now, again, pay attention to the nature, the base nature of the disagreement. I was hurt by someone I thought was a friend. This is an interpersonal dispute. However, when you actually go to her document and you look at, how the issue is framed in terms of the way that she justifies sharing it in the first place, as well as the way that she tail ends the entire thing. Hello, this is Bao. I will only speak to what Nanolith has decided to share with the public and the messages that directly mention me by name. I would like to kindly ask everyone to refrain from turning this into a witch hunt, and remember that we are still just humans at the end of the day. Before I start, I want to point out why I am addressing both Cinder and Redacted, despite the messages being largely from Redacted. Etc., etc., etc. Then she says, she justifies why she's referring to Cinder as if she and Redacted are the same person or stand for the same things. And then at the end, she goes on into more detail to answer, the question which understandably would arise in quite a lot of people's minds, which is, why wasn't this kept private? And to which she says, if you look at the timeline of events from Nano's document, some of those messages date back years. I found out about this less than 48 years ago. They did not give me common courtesy of talking to me privately about this over the years. My thoughts, feelings, and most vulnerable, darkest moments that were shared in confidence with people I thought were by my side years and years from now may have been used as information to ruin my chances to have the same VTuber model as someone I thought was my friend. And I don't know how I can ever be the same after this. However, again, now that we have enough distance from the emotionality, the rawness of the initial call-out, what you can very easily see from this is no different from... This does not explain why it has been made public, beyond just, well, to be really cynical, revenge. right? Because it was basically, she did not keep my information private because she privately divulged it to someone else. But this doesn't explain why you're going public in the sense of bringing it onto social media. Beyond just, I feel horrible about this, she has violated my personal boundaries, she has betrayed my confidence. I don't know how I can ever be the same about this. But that doesn't explain how it is the public's problem, or why it has been brought into the public's eye. Even so, yes, it is a colossal betrayal of trust, but it is a fundamentally interpersonal one. And so, it has been framed as if it is a social ill, a gross violation even of social norms, right? You know, people in this industry should not treat friends the way that I have been treated by Cinder. But fundamentally, it is still an interpersonal dispute. What's more, when you look through the document, right, the document that was made by both Bao and Nanolus, these were the two that initiated the entire thing. One of the things that you may notice is that the entirety of the document consists of purely text and static pictures, screenshots, and not even presented in a manner that is designed to format them in some sort of creative or illustrative way. It is just text interdispersed with, it is just images interdispersed throughout text. You know the funny thing, and this is the thing that most people who have covered this have not really raised as a problem. Even I didn't raise it the first time I talked about this, which is, this could very easily have been a tweet. Now, most people may scoff at that idea, because when we think about tweets, generally we think about, short things. 400 characters as a hard limit, right? But the thing is, every single person involved in this call-out had access to Twitter Blue. Why that is relevant is because Twitter Blue allows you to make posts that are significantly longer than the 1,000-character limit that most people who don't pay for the platform, who don't have Twitter Blue, have. The restriction that most of the other users on the platform are limited by. What that means is every single one of the people who used a Google document to do this could have done this using just Twitter. They could have made a thread, they could have made an extended post, but they didn't. For the sake of using the mediums that are at their disposal, their use of Google Docs is completely superfluous. They have done nothing in the manner in which they have presented this document that justifies the use of Google Docs instead of just Twitter, besides the fact that Google Docs just looks more professional. It just looks more official. And as a result of not having a character counter that, enforces a limit on each individual tweet in a thread, even if, for Twitter Blue users, the character limit on those individual tweets are significantly higher than for the average user, there is no reason why Google Docs is not being utilized, even though this may sound a little pretentious, to the full extent of its capabilities and potential for illustrating and presenting information. It's just a glorified twitlonger in this case. The pain of having a character limit? Yeah. Except the thing is, none of the people making these callouts, specifically Bao and Nanolus, they were not restricted by that limitation. They could have made a thread. And a thread would have done the exact same thing, because the thing is with Twitter Blue, you are even able to drag and drop images to occupy specific positions throughout the length of a block of text, so however you like, right? It's not a matter of you're only able to attach images and they just show up in whatever order you uploaded them right at the bottom of your post. You can actually make posts on Twitter if you use Twitter Blue where you insert images in between blocks of text if you just drag and drop them to whatever position you desire, right? So yeah, for the sake of these two callouts, there was no reason why they had to be made using Google Docs instead of just a Twitter post. And the only reason why, I would assume, when you actually boil it down to how they've utilized or how they haven't utilized the utilities of Google Documents as a medium, as a tool, is, well, it just wouldn't look as unofficial as if they had made a Twitter callout. Right? Hold on, give me a second. Eddie a fool? So they were sloppy and lazy? I wouldn't say that they were sloppy per se, and I wouldn't say that they were lazy either. There are certainly aspects of the way that this initial call out was done that imply very much the opposite. That there was planning and effort that was invested into bringing it into reality. But I will say that this is a form of media usage that does a disservice to the mediums being employed. Because it is borrowing Google Documents for the aesthetic rather than the functionality, essentially using this as a way of vocalizing a disagreement that basically belongs in the form of an extended Twitter post or a tweet longer, but just using Google Docs as a way of making it seem more authoritative or official than it actually is. Like I said, there is no reason why either of these Google Docs should have been Google Docs. There is no reason why they could not have just been Twitter posts, not in terms of utility, especially. It is essentially borrowing the aesthetics. And remember at the beginning of the stream, one of the reasons that mass media descended into a mess of tropes, stereotypes, and formulaic presentation was because people who were in charge of utilizing mass media, creating news stories, etc., they like defaulting to the same tropes, stories, and models of thinking. It makes it easier for the public to essentially just lap something up. The same thing works for this. If you are trying to bring a personal dispute or disagreement public, and you want to make it as palatable to the public as possible, you therefore want to borrow aesthetics that would hopefully allow you to fast forward through your audience's capacity for critical thinking, bypass scrutiny, and go straight to emotional impact. And that is the problem. That is, in my opinion at least, upon retroactively looking through the way in which these mediums have been misused, that is my assessment on why Google Docs were used in the first place. Because again, when you boil it down to utility and functionality, this could have been a Twitter post. This should have been a Twitter post. However, that is only the first two Google Documents. After this happened, as I pointed out before, one of the things that became more and more obvious in the aftermath of this was that this was a pre-planned post across multiple different people. Nanolis's document and Bao's quote tweet of it with her own document were posted only 6 minutes apart from one another. Shy Lily's responses to both tweets were done within a matter of less than 10 minutes apiece. She responded to Nanolis's tweet by saying, "We will always be there to support you no matter what. No one deserves to go through this. Your feelings are valid and we'll make sure to heal from this. I'll always have your back." Posted only 9 minutes after Nanolis's document went up. And Shy Lily's response to Bao: "To be done so wrong by someone you loved and supported and shared so many moments with is incredibly hard. We love you so freaking much. We will always be standing with you." Again, posted exactly 9 minutes after Bao's document went live. However, this was not all, because immediately afterwards, almost immediately afterwards, a few hours afterwards, Cinder would end up making a response on her own Twitter. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that. Me neither. And it was something that a few people quite rightfully pointed out as being suspicious. So Cinder, a few hours later, would end up posting a response to this, or at least an initial response to this. Effective immediately. Redacted will no longer be managing or overseeing my VTuber activities. He will no longer represent me as a creator, my brand, or my intentions. I'm sorry, everyone. I will make a larger response when I am able. Now, for those who did not watch my first stream on the Cinder situation, one of the things that was readily apparent was if she had actually summarily dismissed Red from her service, that is the best thing she could have done. Because the screenshots, while they may not support exactly the narrative that was being pushed about Cinder and her conduct towards her fellow creators, it did prove that Redacted was wholly and completely unsuited to his role as Cinder's manager, Cinder's manager and representative when it comes to business dealings. So that was an initially pretty good sign, though we'll come to see that it's perhaps not as accurate later. Then one day later, Spite would end up making a document of her own in a quote tweet posted to Nanolis's document. My experience with Cinder. Again, notice the way that it is framed in the tweet compared to the way that it will go on to be framed in the document. In the tweet, it's framed as a personal thing. In the document, well, as is the case with Bao and Nanolis, there's an attempt to paint it as a social norm violation rather than one of personal boundaries. And on the same day, Silverveil would also make a similar document. My statement on Cinder and Redacted. And again, when we review these two documents and go through them, hold on, let me just pull them up on my end. Alright. This is Silver's document. My bad. This is Spite's document. I am VTuber1. Introduction. I shouldn't have to say this, but me putting out this statement is not a call or an excuse for anyone to turn this situation into a witch hunt. My intention for making a statement is strictly to give myself closure from the events of the past years and clarify how I have been personally affected. Can anyone see an issue with this when it comes to being a good justification for publicizing it in the first place? Simonite, exactly. Why are you making this in the first place? Why are you making this public in the first place? The thing is, in using a Google document and presenting it in this manner and posting it onto social media, this is being presented as a PSA. The call-out is being presented as a PSA, in the sense that it is implied that it pertains with something in the public interest, right? The problem is, the stated motivation for it is the complete opposite. It's not a PSA. It is, in fact, an attempt at gaining a personal sense of catharsis. And if that is what this is, again, why is this on social media? Unless the intent is to gain validation for your suffering from the public. And the thing is, in order to gain that, it necessitates, whether you like it or not, whether you choose to acknowledge it or not, condemnation of the other party. And that's where the whole, I don't mean to turn this into a witch hunt, begins to become very, very hollow when you read through these documents in retrospect. To go on, I debated if I wanted to even say anything after being asked if I wanted my name in the original document censored, as the situation is much bigger than just my personal experience. However, after finding out how wide and extensive the transgressions were, I feel the need to give clarity to my situation on how I was personally affected. Again, it is still very much, she's stating that she is, her explicit reasoning for saying this is very much, this is for my personal sense of catharsis. But there is a constant attempt to present it as being this violation of a social norm rather than a personal boundary. After finding out how wide and extensive the transgressions were. Again, they were other violations of personal boundaries, but it is no indication that Cinder was some sort of serial predator, or some sort of merchant peddling false wares to unsuspecting customers in this industry. I want to note as others have, that though the majority of messages are from Redacted, I find it impossible that he acted solely on his own intentions. Now, we go over to Silverveil's document. I want to start by saying please do not send any hate to anyone involved in this. I only wish to speak about my experiences and give more clarity in those experiences. First and foremost, my love and admiration goes out to Nanolis for having the courage to bring this to light. I said this before when I first reviewed this document, but I think that is entirely misplaced. Artists are the backbone of our community, and taking advantage of her goodwill personality is saddening to see. I want to take the time to address what has been brought to light involving myself and what I've experienced over the years that coincide with these events. In this screenshot, the VTuber that is being talked about is very clearly me. Since the beginning of my VTuber journey, it has been written in my backstory and lore that I am daughter of Cerberus and the unforeseen summoning mishap, the Greek goddess Hecate. As many know, Cerberus is a species of hellhound. I've always incorporated the number 3 in my designs to follow the 3 heads of Cerberus in my early design, and when artists were still learning new model/rigging techniques, I had opted for the other 2 wolf heads. And again, all of this is personal, right? This is a violation of a personal boundary that is being presented as the reasoning behind this call-out. Then at the end, I did my best, knowing that I was being watched and talked poorly about really hurts, especially when they never attempted to interact with me. I did my best to go through and find what I could, get the appropriate screenshots. It's crazy because I didn't know who Cinder was until she debuted. I wanted to exist peacefully as a VTuber and spend my time drama-free. I woke up this morning in shock. It's terrifying and hurtful to know that someone could attempt to blacklist me when I've never even spoken to them. I hope going forward that no one has to experience anything like this. Again, it is being presented the violation of the personal boundary that Cinder has allegedly committed against Silvervale is being presented not as a violation of a personal boundary, but as a violation of a social norm or a weaponization of a social norm. She says, or she accuses Cinder of trying to quote-unquote blacklist her from, presumably using artists or whatever. However, in actuality, that is not what was happening. Because although I can understand why someone may equate what Cinder was doing in terms of trying to... Oh, sorry, this is Spite Not Silver. I got the 2 reversed. I got the 2 flipped around. I Am VTuber 1 is Silvervale's document. My experience with Cinder and Redacted is Spite's, yeah. Because you can very obviously see through the pictures here. My bad. So, yeah, other way around. So, what was going on here was not actually an attempt at blacklisting, but more so one instance of a client trying to monopolize a contractor. When you read through the screenshots between Redacted, Cinder, and Nanolus, very much what is going on is Cinder is both asking Nanolus not to work with other people who she views as having overly similar designs to her, but also wanting her to be exclusive to her, period. There is no evidence to suggest that she has done this with other artists, and as a result, while, again, I can understand why people would equate this with blacklisting, I don't believe that that is an accurate use of that particular word, and words have meaning, and the reason why those meanings are important to preserve is because accusations only have power and validity when they have meaning, when the words being used, when the accusations themselves can be validated and proven. And when you play fast and loose with definitions like this in the interest of making something look bad, you sacrifice in the long term the ability to correctly identify and respond to real instances of people doing bad things. When's he gonna say Spiteville? Doesn't have quite the same ring to it. I generally went with the rule of thumb that unless the Google Dockey was actually a vehicle for containing receipts, I was going to operate off of the thesis that they're fake as fuck. The other problem is, for the most part, a lot of the DMs that are shown between Redacted and, Nanolus are all the same ones that were taken from Nanolus. They all come from the same source, even though they're being repeated across a whole bunch of different documents, which creates the impression of consensus without diversifying in any degree the pool of evidence that you can use to corroborate the claims. So that was yet another aspect of the way that this group Google Doc publishing was detrimental to being able to actually make head or tail of what was going on. Knocknemus, thank you for the 2. First Cindervale and now Spidervale. Who next? Look, I can't help it if Cinder and Silvervale have similar sounding names. To be honest, should Cinder have hired you as a PR consultant before posting the 1.3k Google Dockey? It would have been profitable for me, but miserable as well. So ultimately, for better or for worse, the document ended up working out for her because, I mean, she's back to streaming. She has her fan base still. She's still making a good living from being a VTuber. Part of what makes this such a redundant and petty affair, a glorified catfight rather than any sort of meaningful PSA, is because of just how little ended up coming out as a result of it, result being of consequence as a result of it in the fallout. All that happened was, what? Now Shy Lily and Bao get to pass Nanolus between one another rather than having to share her with Cinder. And, you know, Nanolus receives discernibly no consequences for engaging in unprofessional conduct towards a client or to multiple clients simultaneously. And what else? The idea that Cinder is this horrid human being, but also should not be, you know, witch hunted and gate kept from the community at large, should not be blacklisted or condemned on a mass scale, therefore means that even if you do operate off of the base assumption or the premise that she is indeed a horrid evil villain that is a plague on this industry, well, she's still around, so what's changed in that regard? Again, this has, when you put aside the initial emotion around it, resulted in much of nothing. And so, that then feeds into the problem that we identified earlier, which is that when you present an audience with a demand for their emotional investment, when you ask for their empathy, their sympathy, their compassion, but you give them nothing actionable, what happens? They become fatigued. Maybe not immediately, maybe not to your appeal, but certainly to similar appeals that end up succeeding yours. However, the other thing that I hinted at earlier, when you look through this document made by Spite, right, you scroll through it, you look at its, you know, the various features, the various contents, whatever, the most you can see that she has attempted to utilize what Google Documents offers as a utility of the medium is that you have these 4 images that have kind of been put on top of one another as this sort of almost scrapbook-esque compilation. However, for the most part, it is largely the same as Bao's and Nanolus's document in that all it is images interdispersed through blocks of text. Even the table of contents, well, there is no table of contents. Then you go over to Silverveil's document, and it's very much the same thing. No table of contents, and all of the usage of the features offered by Google Documents is just images interdispersed throughout text. Again, both of these documents could have just been tweets, especially since both of these users are Twitter Blue subscribers. So, yet again, we have another superfluous use of the medium. However, going back to the incident, the saga, I have compassion fatigue. A lot of us do, don't worry, it's normal. I was half expecting you to say Cinder or Silver again. Not this time, not this time. Hold on, give me a second. Lumi, thank you for the 5. All I see is rich women out of my tax bracket throwing money at each other. If I wanted to watch that, I would just watch Jersey Shore or Real Housewives. Exactly. And that's the problem. Like I said before, this is not a PSA, even though it does attempt. These documents are not PSAs, even though they attempt to borrow rationales and aesthetics of PSAs. They are essentially just a glorified catfight. And so, moving on from the initial documents, you may notice that if there is, since these later 2 documents from Spite and Silverveil, did not actually utilize Google Docs in terms of the utility offered by the medium in any way, I can only assume that the reason why they chose a Google document was because that's what Bao and Nanolis did, or that's what other people have done before them, rather than actually thinking about how the medium could be used to better make a point or to validate the accusation. However, after this point, the next day on April 28th, Cinder would finally make her own Google document apologizing and formally responding to the accusations leveled against her. And this, just like with all of the previous ones that I have talked about up until this point, and when I did talk about it in the earlier stream that I did on it, is also, in my humble opinion, an abortion, an abomination, something that should have been a fucking tweet. Because it is just text. A wall of text, not a single screenshot, and basically just her apologizing and saying that she fucked up, etc., etc., etc. Again, this could have been a tweet. Maybe a little bit of a longer one, but I'm sure Twitter Blue can accommodate this word count. However, that being said, that sums up the entire first volley, I suppose, between Cinder and the people essentially trying to conduct a reputational assassination against her. Because when you look back on this in retrospect, it is very difficult to conclude, based on how coordinated the initial callouts were, that it was anything but. However, Cinder's initial response was, quite rightfully, almost universally panned. Everyone read this, and everyone hated it. It was, for all intents and purposes, a complete waste of time, words, breath, and effort. However, this was not going to be the last she would end up saying, because fast forward about a few months, or actually, sorry, I forgot to include. Even though there were not documents, ironically enough, there was one member of the initial call-out bunch that did use a medium for what it was intended, which is Shy Lily, who did not make a Google document of her own, but did make a bunch of very long Twitter replies, or one long Twitter reply to Cinder and her apology. Quote, oh, actually, hold on. Kazuki, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships with the 10 new footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Congratulations on getting sniped, and be sure to thank Kazuki for gifting those out of his kind generosity. Yeah, Lily's crash out. Well, one of many. This is just the one that she wrote down in text form. Kazuki, congratulations on getting sniped by Mercurius. Hope you enjoy those emotes, buddy. Alright. Quote, the absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolutely insane. The pain and mental torment you've caused to the ones closest and most supportive of you has been devastating, and I have never been so heartbroken and hurt so badly for my friends. You are the fakest person I've ever had the displeasure of supporting. Reading and hearing of how you've really viewed me behind my back, not just through screenshots of your man, but also your very own messages, while having to sit here and read through these bullshit lies you spin, makes me want to vomit. To claim that you didn't know a single thing and had zero awareness of what your man was up to, when everyone who shared even a single moment with you knows that you basically operate as the same person, sharing every waking moment while loving to jump at the slightest opportunity to turn into your most slanderous self as soon as the opportunity was given, even when talking about your friends, is sickening. Again, this is not a violation of social norms. This is a violation of personal boundaries that is being dressed up as a violation of social norms. I have experienced your actions without red in a situation where in your own screenshotted words you express a quote-unquote pressure to live up to what Lily is, and proceeded to throw one of your most loyal and supportive friends under the bus after months of continuous planning just because you consistently chose business over friends, never feeling bad for failing them. just to earn the bag and compete with me over a V-Card collab that you rescheduled to be on the exact date your friend needed you to keep an important promise. You actively lied about it to them and instead blaming me for a collab you rescheduled, adding me to the pool of excuses to save your ass, while you realized you were being a bad friend. And again, I want to remind you guys, fundamentally, when you boil this down, that is Cinder's greatest crime. Being a bitch and a shit friend. Like I said, that is a personal boundary violation, but it is not within the public interest. Why blame me for choosing to miss an obligation you agreed to on one of the most important days in that friend's career? Everything you do is out of competition through your constant need to one-up the people who are the sole reason you even have these opportunities and platforms to earn from to begin with. You're welcome, by the way. You claim that it's just business. That's one of my least favorite memes to emerge out of this entire saga. But in any case, well, in the business world there has to be accountability, and all you've done is try to shove it away and admit to nothing. In true narcissistic fashion, you're only feeling sorry about yourself and your own consequences and your career and try to salvage it. I'm sorry for everyone who looked up to you as an inspiration, and I'm especially sorry for your fans. Pyro pups deserve better. And her bringing up the pyropups at the end of the entire thing is a very convenient segue to the next section where we dissect exactly why this was very detrimental in terms of accelerating people's compassion fatigue in this industry towards Google Documents as an entire medium. Because remember what I said before about the 3 factors that feed into why people develop compassion fatigue in the first place. One of them being close proximity and repeated exposure to people who exhibit extreme dysfunction, people who are troubled, people who are needy. And I don't know about you, but when I read through these Google Documents, I certainly don't exactly get the impression that these are a collectively very functional group of people, or at least their relationships don't seem to be. The second thing is a demand for an overload of information or demand for validation. And I think that these documents certainly do constitute exactly that. However, the third is, if you remember, a lack of agency amongst the people who are being informed and whose empathy is being solicited. And here is the thing. When you actually look at what the documents say and who they were presented to, the manner in which they were presented, and you ask yourself, what is the audience supposed to actually do? That's when you start digging into just how superfluous this entire exercise was. Because it is a valid question. You post all of these documents on social media. Okay, great. So what is everyone supposed to do with that information? What are we expected to do? And when it comes to this, there are a few indications as to what that something might be. The first being, yet again, another tweet, another document that was posted by Sacramore TV, Bao's editor, who, funnily enough, was featured in the initial Nanolus, who was featured in Cinder Redacted's and Nanolus's conversations about Bao. And Sacramore would end up posting a Google document of his own in response to Bao's minutes apart. So again, yet another arm in that coordinated first volley. However, the way that this is initially pitched via the tweet itself is what's important here. Feel free to read if you want. Go show love and support to both Nano and Bao. So this is the altruism avenue that is being presented to people whose empathy is being solicited. This is this is something that people can do once they read through these awful things happening to people they care about. This is how people are, asked to respond to it, how they could, quote unquote, fix the problem. And the thing is, though, let's be real about this. Let's wipe away the veneer of, chumminess, camaraderie, the dressing around this. When someone says, go show love and support to a content creator, what does that mean? Give money, give watch time. That is fundamentally what it boils down to. Now, I can say that show love could also be to say something nice to them on social media. But again, that boils down to social media engagement. Now, you can't say that outright because it's cynical. It highlights how VTubing is a business, and it punctures the immersion, as, you know, the audience has parasocially with their favorite content creator. But fundamentally, when someone says in the aftermath of telling you about something awful that happened to them, please show love and support to the affected parties, and they are talking about content creators, that's basically what it boils down to. Give them money, give them watch time, or social media engagement. Because let's be real here. Emotional validation from an online stranger, that's not the kind of emotional validation that will ever be able to move the needle if someone's actually traumatized by something. However, that's not the only thing. That's one of the things that the audience is asked to do in response. But the other is, even though people keep saying it's not a witch hunt, it's not a witch hunt, it's not a witch hunt, the other implicit thing that is being said, the other implicit thing, the avenue of agency that is being offered to the audience is condemnation of the villain, condemnation of Cinder and what she has done. And you could see this manifesting as a result of how social media incentivizes performative displays in the form of pyropups, or alleged pyropups, melting down about their merch, and how their merch now makes them feel so ashamed to look at. I swear, if you only went off of tweets from, people talking about their Cinder merch that had more than 5k likes, you would be convinced that the entirety of the pyropup community went through a collective psychosis throughout the following few days after the initial callouts went out. However, few examples. Of course, you have the this guy definitely owns Funko Pops. You had the person setting fire to their Cinder U2's plush. Quote, just a friendly reminder, some of your Cinder merch isn't fire resistant. And then everyone stood up and clapped. As someone who looked up to her in the VTubing community, it really hurt to see what kind of a person she was outside of streaming. Also, sorry Makeship, I love you, but I have so many VTuber plushies, bro. Waking up and immediately seeing my Cinder merch shelf and crying. I'm not okay, man. I mean, I agree with the assessment that that person is not okay, though I don't think it's because of the fact that they own Cinder merch. And finally, I have waited for Cinder to respond for way too long at this point. This was posted on April 28th, by the way, so this is like less than half a week after the initial 2 days after the initial callouts went out. Let's say that you are asked to respond to a bunch of accusations with evidence that were made in coordinated fashion without you being able to anticipate it. I'd say that not responding within 2 days is rather reasonable if you actually try to do it with evidence. Now, that being said, to the credit of this person, when Cinder did respond, she didn't exactly present evidence either, so, skill issue in that regard. But the point remains, I've heard and read enough. I've waited for over 8 months after ordering this merch, also during the time of financial struggles, but I wanted to support my Oshi. I feel disgusting right now. Again, note that the medium is being used contains an implicit message. It's not enough for them to throw away, donate, or destroy their Cinder plushes on their own. They have to take pictures. They have to post them on social media. And they have to make an entire text wall basically explaining how much they come to regret ever supporting Cinder and what a horrible person she is. These are the avenues of agency that are being explicitly in the case of show love and support, and implicitly in the form of disown Cinder being offered to the audience. This is the avenue for altruism that is being offered. However, there is another one, or more specifically, there is another thing that readers of the documents are being asked to do, and that is present when you look at the line that all of the documents begin with. I want to start by saying, please do not send any hate to anyone involved with this. I shouldn't have to say this, but me putting out this statement is not a call or an excuse for anyone to turn the situation into a witch hunt. I would like to kindly ask everyone to refrain from turning this into a witch hunt. Can anyone see the very, very evident problem that begins to emerge when you start to note how common this is a theme across these callouts? Because there are layers to this one. There are layers to why this was such a bad decision, especially in retrospect. Is it just me drawing parallels between parasocial relationships and brand loyalty? Oh no, it's a very reasonable comparison. Those two concepts are very similar in terms of function. Plausible denial of responsibility? Well, yes, but it goes deeper than that. How did you start that stream again, Armchair? Which stream? Don't make this a witch hunt, but you should hold her accountable. See, yes, that's one layer of it, the inherent self-contradiction of that. But there's something else. Putting the seed in fans' mind? No, not quite. The saying don't makes people do? Not quite. I don't think it's reasonable to say that. I don't think it's reasonable to judge content creators by the fact that people are going to purposefully go out of their way to do the opposite of what they say to their audience, right? I don't think that's fair. But there is something else about this particular response that makes the choice of Google Docs as a medium and the choice of using a social media callout for this specific set of disagreements, in my opinion at least, detrimental. I just see it as hypocrisy. Do not send hate to anyone involved. These three statements read as performative kindness. Oh, the whole thing is performative for sure. But here's the thing. These are performances that are designed to garner sympathy, empathy, and compassion. But remember how one of the functions of compassion fatigue, or one of the precursors to compassion fatigue, is being asked to give sympathy without any sense or any sort of recourse, without feeling like you can do anything about the situation or to fix the problem. And guess what all of these disclaimers ask their audiences to do? Nothing. All of these disclaimers basically boil down to, Cinder is a horrible person, she treated me horribly, but I don't want you to do anything about it. Which means that fans of these content creators, genuine fans who are going to listen to what they say and actually pay heed to their instructions, are going to be asked to extend their sympathy, empathy, and compassion towards their content creator of choice, without being able to actually fix the problem that is being shoved into their face by the fact that even though it didn't have to go public, it did go public. They are being used as emotional spittoons, receptacles for, well, to vent whatever personal baggage happened between their favorite content creator and Cinder, while also being asked to cough up sympathy. That is the fundamental problem, and why I believe that social media, especially when it is weaponized by bigger content creators, is a medium wholly unsuited to vocalizing and sorting out interpersonal disagreements. Because large content creators have to be very, very cognizant about the fact that they have thousands of people in their audience, thousands of people who are going to white knight for them and turn their disagreements into their own. The problem is, that audience, even though it may be convenient for you to weaponize them against your enemies, is a liability to you PR-wise. Because if you sick your audience onto another content creator, even if that is another content creator that you are accusing of doing something horrible to you, there is always a chance that it can backfire in the long term and make you look worse. So, generally speaking, most large content creators will always, in any sort of personal disagreement or any sort of call-out post, ask their audiences to do nothing. Listen, but do nothing. Don't try to fix the problem, do nothing. But listen, but do nothing. And it's this constant trope. But the problem is if you do that over an extended period of time, or if people in general are asked to do that too many times, in terms of public messages, then people get sick of it. When people can't do anything about a problem, then one of two things happen. Either they disbelieve that it's a problem at all, or they give up on caring about it at all. And with this particular case, well, I'd say that with the passing of multiple months, there's sort of a bit of both happening with this particular controversy. I mean, don't you also tell us not to do anything or attack anyone? I do, yes. And again, that's why I say that it's not fair to judge people off of the fact... that's why I say it's not fair to judge content creators off the fact that some members of their audience may go and do the opposite thing in terms of, what they ask them not to do. However, the difference between me and what was going on here is when I talk about something, I'm talking about a public matter. When they were talking about this, they were airing out private, dirty laundry. They had the option of not bringing this into the public eye, but they chose to do the opposite. And as a result, when they tell their audience not to do anything, it is not just a case of don't touch the poo, because then I'd have to ban you from my community for violating one of the principles that allows us to observe things from a neutral standpoint. It is not a functional request. It is one that directly contributes towards the development of compassion fatigue. It is essentially a request that directly removes any sense of actionability from your most loyal of fans. If you can't do a thing, why care? Exactly. But that's the contradiction. All of these documents are made and posted with the intention of getting people to care, but they prohibit those reading them from actually trying to do something. Sorry, give me a second. So, basically, to reiterate, there is a difference between using public case studies for the purpose of explaining how something works, or education, or entertainment, and taking something that was previously private, airing it out, and then consciously forbidding people from acting on that, right? Also, in my particular case, it goes into an ethical concern, because when you do my kind of content, you don't want to be, creating the dramas that you then go on to talk about. As a general rule, that's just not a good thing to do. I see it makes sense. Thanks for clarifying. No problem. It is a fair question, right? It is a fair question. So, with this in mind, what our audience, at the end of the day, part of the reason why I view this as being a sort of major moment throughout 2025 for accelerating the onset of Google Doc fatigue, or just generally compassion fatigue when it comes to indie drama in the western side of this industry, not just because of how high profile it was, sorry, but because at the end of the day, when you actually boil it down to what the audience is expected to do with this information, it comes down to give me validation, watch time, or money. Give the people affected validation, watch time, and money. Disown this particular person because they are such a major problem, but don't go so far as to actually do anything that would remove them from the space or compromise their ability to continue operating in the space. Which basically means you're caught in a bit of a logical bind. Either they are not actually a problem and you've completely dramatized exactly what is going on here to being something that the public has no reason to know about, being something that the public is expected to care about, or this person is an actual problem and for some reason you just don't want to pull the trigger on actually fixing that problem, right? However, again, I want to reiterate, the crime is being a bitch and a bad friend. It's not serial predation. It's not being a scam artist. It's being a bad friend. When people say that there was no reason for this to go public, that is a big reason why. However, fast forward a few months, just a mere, 6 months, half a year, and Cinder would then make her glorious return. I say, well, glorious is a debatable word, but I suppose it kind of fits. On October 8th of 2025, when she would make the following post on Twitter: "The burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused. They lied to you. Here's 1,000 pages of proof." And this was when Cinder broke everyone's minds, broke everyone's expectations, and created one of the biggest indie VTuber memes of 2025 by posting the now infamous 1,000-page Google Dockey. Now this was an abomination. But it was not an abomination for the same reasons as the other Google Docs that we've looked at up until this point. It was an abomination for a rather different reason. Jack John, thank you for being a footstool for an entire year. The emotional cuckening is crazy. You know, I didn't think of using that term to describe it, but now that you've said it, I think it is quite a reasonably accurate description of how things went. The ancient texts, yes, Xanthopy. Indeed. This was such a terrible idea. Oh, it goes beyond terrible. It's not just a bad idea. It was badly executed too. Mostly because, well, if you're going to get a response, if you're going to try and post something on social media for general public consumption, don't make it so inaccessible as to be 1,000 fucking pages. No one's going to read through that shit. All that you're going to accomplish is making it so that people end up relying on secondhand sources to mediate or moderate what you actually said. The less accessible you make your initial act of communication, the more you unconsciously set yourself up to be at the mercy of other people to inform the public of what you actually are trying to communicate. So, there's that. The 1,000-page thing was not really something that she should have boasted about. I don't see why that she viewed it as an accomplishment. But aside from that, the reason why I call this an abomination was because of the way it fucking opened. Hi, everyone. It's been over 5 months since everything happened. I have never been good with words, and I'm especially bad at verbalizing my feelings. Well, if you're aware of that, you should use less of them. If you know you're bad with words, then don't use so many. It should be pretty common sense, no? But again, to go on, I've always hid my insecurities. It's hard for me to open up about things, even to people closest to me. It was nearly 2 a.m. for me on April 26th, when Nanolus and Bao posted their documents together. After I finished streaming earlier in the night, I was awake for almost 48 hours. And again, how does this open? Not with a statement of fact, not with a justification for why people should even give a shit, not even with an immediate presentation of evidence contrary to popular narrative. No, it opens with a fucking recount. It opens with a statement of personal experience. And this is where the document, even though it is a step above the previous ones in terms of the way it uses Google Docs as a medium and the way that it presents evidence to contest the previously established narrative, it is still bad in terms of the way that it opens. It is still something that seems composed with the intention of achieving personal catharsis and public validation rather than being some sort of PSA. it falls short of the mark because it opens with self-indulgent retrospective narration, a recount that did not need to be delivered and was largely besides the point of the main things that she would go on to contest throughout the rest, and a bit of a shame, but towards the end of the entire thing. Most people are going to be filtered instantly by this opening, and to be honest, you can say as much about attention spans as you like, but I personally cannot blame any of them. You're trying to say that you had your character and career assassinated by a group of people that came together and conspired to do so. You are trying to refute the claims that you are an utterly irredeemable social liability, and that, even if they didn't say that explicitly, you should be kept out of any and all groups in this industry. Get to the point! And of course, you have, she states then later on after these two opening paragraphs, the purpose of the document. And then she goes on to talk about her personal experiences, etc., etc. And she says, "You were lied to, there are things I've done wrong, but this image of me could not be further from reality." Then get to showing that. Leaving this as a he said, she said won't actually move the needle on anybody. What people want and need is evidence, and that is the thing. If all people are confronted with is he said, she said, then they're not going to feel like there's anything they can do, because they're not going to feel like they're even in a position to be able to objectively judge for themselves which side is wrong and which side is right, or whether the entire thing is a Norm Macdonald type situation, where it may sound harsh, but I think everyone involved should die. In Minecraft. This crap was looked at and approved by Red 2. That feeds into the reason why firing him was the correct move the first time, which of course brings me to the second part of the document. Now, again, I do want to state that part of the reason why I view this as an abomination, but a different one to the previous Google Docs that we looked at in this stream, is because it actually bothers to make use of the utilities offered by the medium of a Google document. It has a fully functional table of contents. There has been an attempt to color code, highlight, and use images different fonts to make it more readable. I say more readable in quotation marks because the length is a pretty big obstacle that also comes from the document itself, but hey, we take our wins where we can. However, to get back to what I was talking about regarding the contents of the document, starting off the second portion of the document with this little bit about redacted, why the fuck is he still speaking? Why does he get segments, excerpts, where he gets to say something throughout the response document? He is part of the problem. He is the source of the problem, I would even go so far as to say, because he is simply completely unsuited to operating in this space in a professional capacity. Now, here's the thing. Even though, for the most part, Cinder's document didn't really succeed at proving anything beyond the fact that the whole entire matter should not have been brought to the public's attention to begin with, it did, albeit accidentally, end up offering some sort of commentary regarding a real social issue that does exist in this industry. Above all, what Cinder's document and what the entire situation has proven to me is that if you are a VTuber, you can let someone manage you. You can let someone fuck you, but you should never allow the same person to do both, especially not at the same time. Good luck trying to give an objective performance review to someone who you are sleeping with. In other words, she should have fired Red immediately. He is utterly unsuited to his position, and he was nothing but a liability to her while he held it. He is much of the reason behind this entire mess in the first place. But in any case, so she goes through this entire section, and again I want to point out how there is actually an attempt to use the functions provided by Google Docs that Twitter may not offer. Things like a table of contents, things like using different fonts. Well, to be fair, Twitter does have different fonts, and this only uses four types of different fonts, underlying, bolding, base, and italics, all of which Twitter has as well. However, it also uses highlighting and color coding, which is not something that Twitter has implemented, at least to my knowledge. Yeah, Shonda was right yet again. Then you have the apology segment and taking accountability, where she goes through the individual claims leveled against her, apologizes to those parties who she viewed as being worthy of it, as well as clarifying where there were certain instances where her previous apology was more so made out of a sense of social pressure, rather than because she was genuinely regretful for anything. Again, I view that as being, well, that is unfortunate, but I won't say that I view that as a reason to discredit what she's saying here, because I can understand why you would tell a white lie when, you're faced with the prospect of career ruination. However, this is 6 months after that. She has not streamed at all since then. There is no more social pressure because, for the most part, everybody before this point, or mostly everybody up until this point, summarily dismissed her initial response as being garbage in terms of the way that it was put together, and largely wrote her off as a content creator as well. In other words, she had nothing to lose at this point, so I don't see why she would be motivated to lie about that particular point. Then she goes on to talk about Nanolus, and again, I want to highlight that she has actually bothered to use things like highlighted color coding in order to make her document more readable despite its length.
Yeah, Tiger, Google Dockey.
Yeah. 07 to all of the content creators who actually went through this on stream in its entirety. Rima and Lydia had a massive slog that they went through. Mujin too, although he didn't go through it on stream, just in private before he made his video. That being said, though, that is a slog that is besides my main area of interest and focus for this stream anyways, and thank fuck for that. Jacob Foxfire, thank you for the 5. Also, most managers aren't managers. They're basically just glorified secretaries, and it has real ramifications to cause managers to speak on your behalf. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That is another different, again, very real social issue in this point, but it wasn't something that any of the people involved were bothering to consciously draw attention to. That was not the main focus. Again, the main focus was basically a glorified catfight. Then a section on Bao, where yet again there is an attempt to actually utilize the medium in terms of what it offers separately from Twitter. So at this point, both because of the length, unnecessary as it is, as well as the very obvious attempts at actually utilizing what the medium, what this tool, Google Documents, was built for, I am largely more sympathetic to this response being in the form of a Google document than I was to any of the previous ones. Because the previous ones, all of the ones that we've looked at up until this point, could have just been tweets. But this actually bothers to use the features, the unique features offered by Google Documents as a medium. Now, that being said, in terms of what it offers to the audience in terms of agency, well, it's kind of mid, to be honest, but we'll go through it. At the end, she finishes with 2 sections. Message to the Pyropumps, followed by looking ahead. Message to the Pyropumps reads as follows. Sorry, give me a second. I wouldn't go so far as to say alleged Space Marine. You can make the argument that they interpreted it in a way that was inaccurate to how it was written. You can certainly disagree with the interpretation they came to. But words have meaning, and they didn't allegedly read through it. They did it on stream. By the end of it, they may have come to different conclusions, and you may Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2 test test. All right, I just got a notification that I've been reconnected. Testing, testing. Can you guys actually hear what I'm saying? Test, test. 1 2 test, test. Is this working? Am I dead? Okay, we back? All right, there we go. Alive. We're so back. All right. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so Space Marine, don't worry. It's not, I'm not trying to roast you or anything. I'm just a bit of a stick in the mud when it comes to trying to reinforce the idea that words should be maintained in terms of their meaning should be preserved in terms of accuracy of application, and that I don't like using words just because of connotation or because of aesthetic, right? So don't worry. No skin off your teeth, no sweat off your back. It's fine. Fair is fair. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate the understanding. So, in any case, actually reading out the message now that I'm no longer fucking dying. To any current or former Pyropups, I'm so sorry to each and every one of you that I've disappointed. I can imagine what it must have felt like to have someone you look up to be revealed as a monster, and community torn apart. I made a poorly put together statement and disappeared, leaving you all angry, confused, and lost. Many of you lost faith in me. I'm sorry I haven't said anything sooner, but I hope now you can at least understand why. I've received messages from many Pyropups who were hurt. Some of these people I personally knew and had met in person. It broke my heart hearing how many of them viewed me after this, but I understand. To any Pyropups who chose not to support me going forward, I can accept that. Thank you for everything you've done for me over the years. Thank you for everything you've done for me over the years. I'm glad I could be your Okami Oshi for the time I was. I can only ask that you continue to love and support your new favorite creators in the same way you did for me. I've also gotten lots of messages from Pyropups in support of me, encouraging me to go on. To those of you who've continued to believe in me, thank you. I appreciate you keeping the fire of the community burning all this time. I've read your messages. They've given me the hope that I can make it through this. You've shown me that there's something to come back to that includes the moderators who've stuck around and managed my Discord server and the community in my absence. I can't thank you enough for your keeping everyone together. Jacob Foxfire, thank you for the 5. You really need to deal with those kangaroos chewing on those cables. Roid rabbits are no joke when they see a tasty Ethernet cable. Thankfully, when it comes to kangaroos, me and my home should be immune to those. I've tasted kangaroo before and they know to avoid me. But, well, I'd say that fixing our internet goes beyond just putting the fear of God in the native wildlife. But to go on. To anyone who's sent hate or harassment, quote-unquote, in support of me, you are not a Pyropup. You are not my fan. You are deplorable, disgusting, and I do not want anything to do with you. I've never condoned or encouraged that behavior from anyone, for any reason, and the current circumstances haven't made me sacrifice my morals. That goes for anyone who does the same after this document is posted. What's done is done, and regardless of what I've said in this document, it's not an excuse to harass anyone named here. Leave them alone or you will be removed from my community. I want to sincerely apologize again to anyone who has been affected by these people. The Pyropups have been the best community I could have ever asked for. I've been incredibly lucky to have them. They have never been just numbers to me. I love going live and talking to them for hours on end. Hanging out with them made me smile when I was upset, and they've always been there for me. They're the reason why I was ever able to do any of the cool things I could. Not only have they shown me immense kindness for the time I've been streaming, they've done the same for each other. They have each other's backs, help each other when they can, encourage each other, and are a positive force to anyone they interact with. I'm happy I could inspire them to do good, make friends, and tap into their creativity. They're all so talented, and I'm grateful for the vast amount of fan art I've gotten from them too. Even if they aren't supporting me anymore, or if I was no longer around, I know that being a Pyropup will continue to mean much more than just being a fan of mine. They're incredibly strong, loving, and I'm very proud of them. I will always be indebted to them for everything they've done to me. So, what is the audience being asked to do? Well, it depends on which segment they are. She divides them into 3 different demographics. Pyropups that were hurt and basically left the fan base. To them, she's basically expressed that she doesn't really expect them to do anything except love whatever content creator or show support for whichever content creator they've now chosen as their new favorite. The Pyropups that stuck around, she's basically not, again, basically implicitly saying, wait around, I'll be back soon, etc., etc. Things will be like the way that they were before, or we're going to get back to that point. And then to the Pyropups, or people claiming to be Pyropups, who were engaging in the behavior that she disapproves of, she's basically telling them, don't call yourselves members of my community, or, basically if you're part of my community, don't do that, right? And so, at the end, she finishes with, quote, earlier this year, my world fell apart. I lost my friends and opportunities I could have only ever dreamed of. But sometimes things need to fall apart in order to rebuild them back better. I'm choosing to look on the bright side. I needed something to break me out of my cycle of working all day every day and adjust my lifestyle for a healthier work-life balance. This was a long overdue reminder that the friends I've made should have been the most important thing in the world to me. And I should have put more time and energy into my relationships with them outside of the work we did together. They were supposed to be by my side even when I'm not Cinder anymore. I lost sight of that in my never-ending pursuit of the next big thing. It forced me to recognize that through my own actions or inaction I was hurting people that only ever wanted the best for me. Now, I think that depending on which people we're talking about, that's a bit of a stretch, but again, hindsight is 2020. If ever given the chance, I don't plan on making that mistake again. Despite everything that's happened, I forgive my friends. I don't hold anything against my friends who weren't involved, the artists I've worked with, business partners, and former mods, or for anything they did after this. All happened, and I'm sorry for how they were affected by all of this. This feels broadly dystopian, but I can't exactly pinpoint what kind of dystopia this reminds me of. How do you mean? How do you mean, Rimblank? Friendships are important, but they aren't number one. Yeah, I'd say that, well, it depends, right? Depends on what kind of person you are, whether you judge the value of your existence by your associations or by what you try to cultivate from inside, as pretentious as that may sound. There come times when you have to choose between principles or friends, and sometimes people make different choices between those two. However, to go on, I've had more than enough time to think everything over again and again. Obviously, the root cause of almost everything that happened was because of poor communication between Red and I, between me and my friends, between them and me, and poor decisions made under pressure. I was under pressure from Red about his feelings about Bao that made me distance myself from him. Pressure on myself that made me choose V-Card over choosing Numi's concert. Pressure from harassment and my insecurities that led me trying to cut off Silvervale from Nano's models. Red and I both had plenty of time to talk things out with people, and neither of us did. Everything that was made public could have been settled privately. Amen. This has set an awful precedent for the entirety of the VTuber community. As much as I disagree with the VTuber community, I do agree with that point that it sets a bad precedent, which I feel has become more divisive and drama-filled since this happened. Oh, it certainly has. Although, I would make the argument that it didn't become more drama-filled, but it did become more noticeably drama-filled, which, from the perspective of a member of the public, is equally as detrimental because, like I said at the beginning of the stream, it accelerates the process of people becoming burnt out on controversies or call-outs in general, even if those call-outs are a little more substantive than, to really hammer home, a glorified catfight. I'm sorry I got caught. She works in business, there are no friends, just competitors and collaborators. Yeah, pretty much. But again, I am a little more forgiving of cynicism, mostly because I don't view it as being something that needs to be buried in this industry. I appreciate when it's not present, but at the same time, I'm not going to, I'm not going to begrudge anyone admitting that they are a cynic. Is Armchair going to do the whole doc on stream? No. I'm just going through the segments where she directly addresses her audience and sets expectations for what she's asking of them to do with this information that she's now given to them. She's hit the nail on the head there? Yeah. I will do my best to be more open about what I'm thinking and feeling to them, even if it's difficult to avoid other situations like this from ever happening again. Red and I have both made mistakes. We aren't perfect people, but we aren't evil either. Ah, yes, nuance. The ever evasive nuance. Not being perfect, but not being evil. It sounds obvious, but I think that considering the amount of social media psychosis you saw from some of the people burning Pyropop merch, yeah, I'd say it's kind of warranted that she gave a reminder that she's not actually, you know, a predator or something like that. If Chair read the entire doc, this would be about 5 saunas long. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it took Rima, like, what, an entire week to get through the entire thing? Something like that. I forget because, well, I mean, the contents of the doc is one thing. Remembering how long it takes to go through the entire thing, I think that's information that was backed out long ago from my head. We aren't perfect people, but we aren't evil either. We're going to try to contact anyone we owe an apology to personally, even if an apology to them was in this document, and hope to move on. I don't blame the internet for being the internet, making memes at my expense and countless news and drama channels farming this for views. It's just business, and this is just another Google Docky. Now that, I appreciate. I appreciate someone just owning up to being a cynic, or acknowledging cynicism for what it is. This is just another Google Docky, but I didn't want to hide from this for the rest of my life. I couldn't let my legacy be decided by anyone other than myself. Now there's nothing else for me to say, and I can finally look ahead. I'm ready to return to doing what I love, even if it's on a smaller scale. I want to stream again. I want to create again. I want to inspire people again. I want to be someone people can look up to again. I love being a VTuber, and I love being Cinder. Thank you for reading, and thank you for waiting. And with that, the instructions for what to do with this information are pretty clear. Wait for me. I'm coming back. And while it is certainly, well, I make it sound a little sweeter than it actually is, but at least it's not, you know, sympathize with me but do nothing about the problem that I'm asking you to take seriously. Crap, I actually have to elaborate on what I mean. The parasocial commitment to a person with such reputation feels remarkably uncanny and something I've witnessed too much outside of VTubing. Well, you see the same thing happening in all other different avenues of society as well. In, you know, legacy media, when it comes to people glorifying pop stars, when it comes to people holding actors up on a pedestal, believing that the people who acted good in their favorite movies are people who they should look up to as heroes in real life as well. People having the same attitude towards politicians, to brands, to corporations who don't give a shit about them beyond their bank balance. You see this in a lot of different parts of society. People barely know others and yet they will worship them, even if they are only human. And that is obvious from the outset. So I don't blame you for looking at this and not quite being able to put your finger on why you feel it's dystopian, but feeling so regardless. It could be a whole variety of different things, which is part of what makes it difficult to articulate. Society mentioned. Yeah, pretty much. It is very much a society moment. VTubers are micro-celebrities, and sometimes that's enough for their true sides to come out. Yeah, exactly. Not everyone handles fame well, because sometimes it gets to their heads and convinces them that they are more than human. However, that is the end of the whole Cinder saga, and at the end of the day, like I said before, what we are shown when we look through the entirety of the documents that were posted, the way that the mediums in question, Google Docs and Twitter, were utilized, what you begin to realize is that Google Docs, as a medium, was leveraged not for its functionality for the most part, not for its utility, not for its function, but because of its aesthetic. Because it wasn't a fucking twit longer, or a long Twitter post, which would have looked silly on the website that people are still used to thinking of as the one that enforces a 400 character limit. Twitter is not where you go for long-term content, and certainly not for lengthy reading. And so when people post lengthy posts on Twitter, it is wont to be seen as a little weird, or cringe, or less worth engaging with. And so they leveraged Google Documents, not because Google Docs was the best medium for the task, or even because they necessarily knew how to use that medium for the task, but I can only surmise because it was convenient to borrow the aesthetics from. And on the other hand, we also have someone who, very similarly, especially at the beginning, did not know how to leverage Google Docs as a medium. The entire situation should not have been brought into the public eye to begin with, because at the end of the day, for the most part, what the audience was asked to do was just give empathy, give sympathy, give compassion, but don't do anything to fix this totally real problem that should definitely be taken seriously by more people than outside of our immediate social circle. It was, at the end of the day, just a classic episode of bitch versus bitch on the streaming platform Twitch. However, that was not the only example, not the only case study, I promise, because, funnily enough, in the same week as the Cinder return with the 1,000-page Google document, we also got drama number 2, or Google Dockey Boogaloo, with October 5th of 2025, when now indie VTuber, ex-corpo VTuber Mary FD, or Marie FD, would go live with a stream celebrating her 200k sub goal, I suppose, reaching that 200k sub goal. And over the course of this stream, she'll do quite a bit of yapping, quite a bit of, talking about her experiences in the past with various different people, co-workers, friends, the like. And at 59 minutes 9 seconds, she would begin to reminisce on a specific, memory, past experience she had regarding a friendship that ended rather awkwardly. And it would go according to the following. Hold on, let me pull up the React version, the React scene. Oh, okay, hold on, I actually need to insert the, source. Okay, there we go, much better. Alright, so... Oh, I forgot to insert the link onto Canva itself. Hold on, hold for a second. Give me a moment to whip it out. Honestly, I couldn't follow this situation in the slightest. Most people couldn't, mostly because it was yet another situation that was very transparently not something that should have been made public or needed to be made public. I'm just back. I am. Hey. Alright, hold on a second. Let me pull up the relevant stream. Okay, so... Hold, please hold. How far do I... Oh, there we go, found it. Alright, so... Ooh, that is quite loud on my end. How is the audio for you guys? She's crunching a bunch of Oreos in a bag. Okay, hold on. There we go. Alright. So...
Like, before, I remember that I used to be more...
How is the audio for you guys? How are the levels? Okay, hold on, let me mute the music as well. Nothing, nada. What the fuck? Okay.
Like...
Seems fine? Good? Okay, excellent. My ears! Down, Alan, down.
I will put my hands for my friends. Right now, I feel I discard my friendships way faster. And that's a little bit sad, not gonna lie. Like my way of not dealing with stuff is we're not friends anymore. You know what I mean? I'm like, it's like what happened with like a long time ago, what happened with the crazy girlfriend that was like harassing me because she thought that I wanted her boyfriend, even though I had been friends with her boyfriend for like so many years. And I was like, I just don't know how else to explain to you, girly, that nobody wants and nobody includes me. Trust me when I say this. I've known this guy for so long. I don't know how else to explain to you. I don't want you. I don't want him. Trust me, nobody does. You're safe. Yeah, literally, that's why when I was playing Silent Hill and we were going through like the Linko thing, I was like, oh my god, it's that girl. I had a PTSD moment. Like the PTSD in me woke up. I was like, oh no, it's her. It's her. I was like, he's all yours, trust me. Yeah, I've played this games before. She's back. So the way that I dealt with that, at first, I actually tried to reassure her.
Now, this is certainly a name a more iconic combo, VTubing and vague posting. However, that being said, up until this point, is the vague posting, you know, less than professional? I mean, she's an indie. At this point, it's basically just another wacky story that she can tell to her audience for content. However, at the same time, up until this point, no names have been named. There's no identifying information beyond the fact that the friend in question is a man, and that the crazy, jealous girlfriend, presumably, is, you know, someone who she no longer interacts with, presumably. Just giving an account of the relationship dynamic, or the uncomfortable, I shouldn't say relationship, the uncomfortable dynamic between her friend, and her friend's girlfriend, her friend's possessive girlfriend. Again, not exactly a very flattering image of the person, but there is no identifying information, especially no identifying information that the public would be able to piece together with whatever context or lack thereof has been made available to conclude who this crazy ex-girlfriend or crazy possessive girlfriend is supposed to be.
And then it came to the point that no matter what I did and did not do, it was not changing anything. Like, that girlie was a little bit cuckoo in the head. Like, that was not for me to deal with. You know what I mean? Like, she has a lot of work to do, and I have no place in that work. You know what I mean? I ended up like reaching that conclusion after talking a lot with my therapist. She should have just hit on her. Bro.
By the way, this is yet another aspect of what makes indie VTubing so prone to this kind of interpersonal spat or disagreement. This is the content, right? Talking about an interaction with another person, you know, a little crazy, etc., etc. If that other person happens to be another creator, boom! You now have an entire controversy, a drama, a social media spat that you may be dragged into. But why would you not do this? It's free content. It's your personal lived experience. Why not tell your chat the story of how one of your friends had a crazy possessive ex and how you had to deal with her more than you would like?
Sadly, she was not my
Bro, you have a therapist. Exactly. You already have a therapist. Why are you saying this to your chat? And again, the reason is because it's content. And, well, there's no contractual reason why she can't use this as part of her content.
Type. So I just ended up cutting off that friend. I was like, listen, man. Good luck. Good luck, because you're the one that is gonna have to be the one dealing with.
Yes, Yom. Out of context, this entire anecdote would just be a random IRL story, right? But the issue is, if the audience, if the public were to be given some sort of context that would suggest otherwise, then this would turn into some sort of major interpersonal drama or dispute if the person in question happened to be a different content creator. But that's the thing. Marie has not given any sort of identifying context, not when she has brought up this anecdote.
With her, you know what I mean? I'm out.
John Lee, don't I saw the parrot emote. I was worried that you were perpetuating the the parrot's wife allegations. Then seeing Mary FD reinforces if evil, why hot meme. Well, I mean, evil gets away with being hot. Well, evil gets away because of being hot. True.
Out.
The joke is that no, don't worry. I know the joke. And he's tired of it. I know. Don't worry.
I'm out. Good luck.
The Suffers, thank you for the super. Ex-Niji fan, Etheria talked about therapy extensively 1 year pre-Selengate. I see therapy was a waste of money. Unfortunately, it often is.
Fuck, man. I wish you luck because, oh my lord, you're gonna need it. You're gonna need it with that kind of relationship. Just saying. I hope he's doing okay. Gosh, I hope he's doing okay. It's not about it being your.
Again, there is no qualifier or context added to orient the audience as to who she's talking about. A male friend who had a possessive girlfriend, right? Doesn't specify where this friend came from, where she came to know this friend, right? How they became friends, or even how they, what he's doing now that they've lost contact with one another. There is no identifying, contextualizing information that would allow people in general to pinpoint who she's talking about.
It's the point about.
There is a reason why I'm continuing to hammer this point home, and don't worry, we'll get to it later on in the stream.
Her to back off. I should have gone for that strategy. The thing is, she knew I liked girls. She knew I was a little bit gay. A little bit gay is minimizing it. And she's still not. Yo, I did so much. Bro, I did so much. She's the most Lulu person I've ever met in my entire life. It's kind of wild. Like, I wish I was exactly.
I will say, though, if you, as the person telling this story, know that you are talking about another content creator and you go this hard on it, especially if that content creator would easily be able to tell that you're talking about them, you are kind of asking for some sort of spat. Like, there is no way that this is not going to be interpreted as a personal slight or insult. But again, emphasis on the personal slight or insult.
That's exaggerating, but I've never met somebody as Lulu as this person. Like, I tried in so many different ways, man. I was like, there was like a period of like a friendship arc when she was like, maybe if I vent to her about my problems with her friend, she can give me like advice.
Okay, and with this, we have extra added context. Again, remember that the precursors to compassion fatigue, the biggest three, are feeling of no agency, feeling like you can't do anything about whatever problem you're being asked to empathize with or for. You know, overload of information, as well as, demand for some sort of sympathy, or being overloaded with demands, right? That's not something that's happened just yet, although you can make the argument that that is happening here, where, she's sharing this sort of anecdote with her audience. And then finally, repeated exposure to needy or troubled individuals. I don't know about you, but that sounds like a very dysfunctional friendship, in quotation marks. Or at least not the kind of interaction, long-term interaction, or extended interaction, not long-term, extended interaction that two functional individuals would be engaging in.
And there was a point where she was like, oh, I'm so glad that we became friends. I was like, And then she was venting about like the
Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Are we back? Testing. Okay, we are back. All right, finally. Okay, so yeah. So as I was saying, if like Amamiya said in chat, if the person in question that Marie was is vague posting about chooses to respond publicly, they are basically confirming their identity to people who would have not known otherwise. Which is why, in my opinion, even though what Marie doing here is extremely stupid, considering the fact that she is aware that she's talking about another content creator who is still active at the time that this stream went live, I also think that if said content creator were to, oh, I don't know, make a post drawing attention to the fact that this was indeed referring to her, that would be equally stupid. Especially because the disagreement in question does not pertain to anything that would reasonably impact her ability to do her job as, you know, a VTuber if it was not connected to her.
so she would be like, can you talk to him about it? And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna step in nowhere in between that. I can just listen to you and then you can talk with him if you want, you know? And then, like, out of the blue, she was like, I wish I wasn't laughing. It's so ridiculous that the only thing that I can do is laugh. It's like, Maddie, I've tried. And I was like,
I think she's nuts is barely a red flag these days. And that's to everyone's detriment, unfortunately.
oh, what happened? Did something happen? You can vent to me if you want. Your face, your voice. Whenever I think about you, it's just pain. And I was like, what in the fucking hell? I wish I was exaggerating, but I'm literally saying this word by word. Every time that I look at you in the face, it just reminds me of the pain. And I just can't. I can't. Why are you so close with him? What are you to him? Why does he ignore me to talk to you? On Twitter, by the way. When she linked to me, and it was just me. That was a long time ago, by the way. In my middle school muddy Twitter of me like sending a message, not even a message, like a public Twitter, like a public tweet saying good luck at work. It was a fucking tweet of good luck at work, and she linked that tweet to me. Why does he ignore me to talk to you? And I was like, what in the fucking hell? I wish I was exaggerating it, guys, but that was literally it. That was it.
So, right now what this seems to be, without a different side, is one VTuber recounting a tale of a Menhera from years past, right? This is not unique to Marie. Plenty of other VTubers have, you know, used similar anecdotes in order to content to fill the air on their stream. But again, if you know that this is a different content creator that's still active in the same space as you and it might realistically reach them, you kind of can't really be surprised when they interpret that as you throwing down a glove and asking for a duel.
I was like,
It's stupid if they do that, don't get me wrong, but it shouldn't be surprising.
And then she was like, do not worry. The next time that you old guys decide to go to a trip or something, I won't be there.
This feels like her gossiping about the other VTuber, but we're saying that with the benefit of hindsight, knowing that she was talking about another VTuber. If we didn't have that contextual information, again, like someone said earlier in chat, we would just assume that this was some random Menhera that she happened to meet at some point in her past.
So you don't have to worry about me. And I was like, I wasn't going to, but before I could reply, she blocked me.
It feels uncanny to me because with streaming, we don't just get a front seat to a creator's life. We can spectate it to a fine degree that isn't present in other places. And I am used to places in adjacent spaces with more accountability than this. Maybe it's just me having standards and actively avoiding this kind of stuff. See, that's the thing as well. There is an implicit assumption, right? Even in what you just said, right? There's an implicit assumption that when a VTuber tells you something about their personal life or frames it as something about their personal life, they are being totally transparent and honest. There is, there is an assumption that they are not just making it up or not embellishing something for the sake of comedic effect. When in reality, we don't really know these people, and that assumption comes from that assumption itself comes from a parasocial attachment that you may develop when it comes to your favorite content creator or a VTuber. I assume that my Oshi is authentic in everything that she says and does, right? I assume that the personality that she exhibits for the hours that I see of her on stream are the exact same way that she acts off stream as well. I don't know that, but I choose to believe that. And if I'm presented with evidence to the contrary, it will most likely be against my will. There's only biased because I know some of the other docs, but she still sounds very bitchy, even if it's vague posting. Oh no, it is for sure bitchy, right? Don't get me wrong. But it is likely going to be seen as more so with the benefit of hindsight. The fact that we know that she is talking about, a definitive person who is another content creator in this space. The fact that we know that now is more likely to color this as being more bitchy than we would have interpreted it if we just saw it on its own. Now, it is still going to be bitchy if we just saw it on its own, but, it's more so now.
So I was like, that was the last message that she ever sent me. And I was like, you know what I mean? I was like, girl, what? And that's how everything ended. After that, I refused to talk to my friend. I was like, no, this is not worth it. This is not worth it. I am so sorry. Girl needs help ASAP. I'm not even saying as like to make fun of her or anything, but I genuinely think she does. She really, really, really does. It's not only like problems with the relationship, but I think it's problems with like her own in the head. I've never been more happy to be a man with only.
What a friend. Amen. Amen. That was my reaction when I watched this for the first time as well.
Male friends. I've never.
Not making fun of her, right? Yeah. So it's at this point where I can kind of go, yeah. I don't think that there's any way to read this aside from the fact that this is pretty bitchy, right?
I've almost never had problems with like my female friends. She wasn't even a friend. That's the point. I think it was because of that, honestly. And then when I told my friends about it, they were like, "What the you should have like never even attempted to like talk at all." Because
I think it's foolish to take everything content creators say at face value, but assuming everyone is evil is ridiculous. Oh no, I agree. I don't think either extreme is very fulfilling, right? Either extreme is very healthy either. Because, well, when you assume that everyone is evil and only playing pretend behind the scene, and or only playing pretend behind the scenes, that takes the fun out of things, right? Unless you're just watching it to appreciate a good performance. But, well, I mean, how do I say this? Watching a VTuber perform girl failure is not exactly the sort of inspirational, once-in-a-generation-of-a-lifetime performance that I would go out of my way to dedicate hours of my own time to watching. This is why sorry is meaningless. Other issues, she went way too long on this story, should have left it at a quick mention and gone on. Yes, I agree. Because again, the more detail she goes into, and the longer this segment is, the more she exponentially increases the chances that this other content creator that is still active is going to hear this and take this as a personal insult and challenge. could have avoided this, could have avoided the drama if the other party didn't respond at all. I agree. And I think that the response by the other party was silly. But at the same time, I don't think that it's surprising, right? Then again, there are plenty of silly decisions and behaviors in this industry that don't surprise me anymore. Oh no, video's buffering. Please tell me that the stream is still live. Also, the
Before
longer
all of that, I did try to
the longer it goes, the worse she looks. Yeah.
like reassure her like directly. Like I even had a call with her and everything, like calming her down, like saying like 7 times, listen, I don't like my friend. I don't think I ever will. No matter what happens, no matter what happens, listen, I haven't liked him in the past 7 years. I'm not gonna like him anytime soon. I don't know how else to show it to you.
Okay, still live? Excellent.
And then my friends were like, you shouldn't have even tried doing that. You should have just like ignored her and like cut ties with everybody in that circle. And I was like, you were so right. After that, I talked with my friends again and I was like, you guys were so fucking right.
So was this a former Niji talent gone indie that vague vents about her former colleagues? You have no idea how little that narrows it down, Space Marine. You're gonna have to be a little more specific than that one, if we're playing Guess Who.
Sounds like she made up her mind. I think, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I cannot understand her mind. I think that was the main problem. I can see where you got that advice now. Of what? Yeah, and like after that problem, and like the other one, I ended up like, now I end up like dealing with things a little bit more. I don't know if this is sad or not. I don't know if this change of mine, I like her or not. I'm still.
And at this point, she goes back to basically looping around from that extended anecdote about this specific person who she viewed as being difficult to deal with to back to her. You know, this is how I have changed. This is the anecdote that changed me. And then she loops back to this is why I've changed and how I've changed and how I feel about this change. So the reason why I play all of that is so you guys have, you know, full context for what exactly was, you know, what happened during this stream, right? Hold on. I saw something that... Find that. Yeah, Shirayuki. Hindsight is not a skill natural to VTubers. I don't think it's a VTuber thing. I think it's a content creator thing. Mostly because, as I've said multiple times in previous streams, being a content creator requires a set of skills that is basically antithetical to self-reflection, or self-awareness, or the ability to critically evaluate your own thoughts, actions, and words through the eyes of someone who has a completely different perspective. Usually, talents, creators are pretty good at appealing to their audience and community. But thinking from the perspective of their community, let alone thinking from the perspective of people outside of their community and how their words and actions may be perceived by them, is largely a skill that most creators don't really need. If they do their thing well enough, if they are cute, if they are funny, if they are dumb in an endearing way, then they are going to be fine. They don't really need to think too much about how they are seen by other people. In fact, it might actually be a detriment to themselves if they think about that or dwell upon that too much. That's what brainworms are, by the way, when most VTubers refer to that, right? Becoming a little too caught up in how, you know, other people think or feel or see you, think or feel about you or see you. And usually speaking, you know, generally speaking, for a content creator, if they don't suffer from brainworms, or if they're less vulnerable to brainworms, that's a good thing. But the cost is, if you're ever in a situation where you say something that's easily misinterpreted, you're less likely to be able to pick up on that fact while you're in the middle of doing it, or even immediately afterwards, at least until it bites you in the ass. With what we also know from some of the other former talents, her friend telling her to cut off that former friend certainly is telling what they were saying behind the scenes. Yeah. Certainly is telling regarding what they were saying behind the scenes. Yeah. Yeah. They know how to make the audience engage, but by God, they don't have the hindsight. Yeah. So again, I don't think it's VTuber specific. It's just a content creator thing in general. And, well, there's a reason why internet content creators are stereotyped as being very maladjusted in real life. Because, well, the sets of skills that we usually need in order to make our content effectively and consistently, it's usually the opposite things that you would want in most functional people in society or that you'd meet in real life. So, that was the section from Marie's stream. However, evidently, it turns out that the crazy girlfriend that she was talking about was not just some rando that she knew back years ago in her life as a normie or pre-VTuber or whatever, but in fact another VTuber that was still active and operating in the same space. Because few weeks later, specifically, 5th to 24th, like just under 3 weeks later, a VTuber by the name of Barraloaf would take to Twitter to say that, quote, a former corporate VTuber doxed me, accompanied with the following video. Hold on, let me mute the music while I play it. Like reality TV stars being absolute psychos. What makes for entertaining TV doesn't make for stable individuals. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Bari. Some of you may know me by my former name, Rin. I'm sharing this statement to document my personal experiences involving an individual publicly known as Marie/Marie FD, as well as my interactions with her former employer. Over the past 2.5 years, I have experienced repeated harassment, boundary violations, doxing, and what I perceived as institutional inaction, all of which had left a lasting impact on my safety and well-being. This statement is not intended to...
Handy tip for anyone who is thinking or who would want this information in case they ever do think or end up doing some sort of public call-out, PSA, accusation, or the like in the future. If you are going to make a matter public, speak with conviction. You don't need to include the qualifier that it is from your perspective with every single thing that you're saying. You're already leveling a public accusation of wrongdoing against another party. Might as well put your entire ass into it. Also, on top of that, institutional inaction. It's pretty provable if there has been institutional inaction, it is pretty easy to prove that that is objectively happened if you have any sort of record of correspondence between you and them. Also, if you just pull up what did or didn't happen against what their official public terms of service are, that saves you having to go through the entire thing of from my perspective, right? Just a little bit of advice for anyone else who may end up seeing the stream and or doing some sort of public call out in the future. Don't waste your own time. Don't waste the audience's time with the, it's only from my perspective, right? If you're leveling an accusation, know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. We know what you're doing. Those qualifiers are basically just meaningless noise that wastes everyone's time.
Assign motives or speculate on anyone's internal thoughts. I'm speaking only to what I personally experienced, observed, and how those events affected me. In mid to late 2022, Marie entered a brief romantic relationship with a colleague that ended poorly. Sometime afterward, she developed a close relationship with another colleague who was my former long-term partner. I did not object to their friendship or public interactions, as playful behavior and fan service are common in our industry. However, At in-person events, I personally observed Marie engaging in physical behavior towards him that I perceived as flirtatious, including one incident where she threw herself onto him with enough force that they nearly fell off a chair. Multiple individuals were present during this incident. Additionally, I was informed that she had made a personal confession to him. I communicated my discomfort to Marie privately through direct messages and a call with.
To her credit, she is showing screenshots. To take from her credit, there is still no justification as to why this should have been made public. Because up until this point, yes, she has said that there has been doxing, but if you are going to go to the public with an allegation that someone else has done something horrid, lead with that. Don't lead with your personal relationship drama. Right? There is, when it comes to, it's funny because when you get used to analyzing, for example, news articles by looking at things like the inverted pyramid structure, where usually the first thing that a journalist puts in an article is the thing that is most important, eye-grabbing, and relevant to the audience. What that does, as a bit of an occupational illness, is now you can't stop looking at what people post publicly through that lens. You start to automatically register that when people lead with something in a piece or a public post, that is usually going to be the thing that they value or view as the most important. You accuse this person of doxing, and yet you lead with relationship drama. What are you doing?
2 other individuals. During that conversation, she stated that she did not recall the incident due to alcohol consumption, but agreed to stop engaging in shipping content involving him from May 1st, 2023 onward.
Welcome in, Gabriel.
At the time, I believed the matter hadn't been resolved. In the months that followed, I personally experienced exclusion from collaborative projects, negative statements and rumors about me within company and mutual networks. And
now, here is where things get a little bit, here is where the whole criticizing in the face of a shaky voice and crying becomes, sadly, rather necessary if you want to evaluate this in any sort of objective manner. If you are excluded from things, usually there will be some sort of paper trail. If people were saying negative things about you behind your back, generally it would be helpful if you could present some form of corroborating evidence, whether it be the account of another person coming in to basically affirm that, yeah, this did happen, or some form of evidence in the form of you trying to reach out to somebody and being ignored. It was possible, we know this, because of the fact that in Cinder's document, her return document that is, not the first one, she did include an instance of an interaction, or multiple interactions with Shy Lily that proved that there was a certain point in time where Shy Lily consciously started making the decision to cut off contact with her and stop talking to her. That is something that is fairly obvious to discern. So, again, it is possible to have evidence to validate this, and yet this is not these screenshots or this evidence is not something that is procured over the course of this video, at least up until this point. The evidence that has been procured is that of the relationship drama. Relationship drama in the doxing piece is like comparing apples to oranges. No, I'd go a little further I'd go a little further than that analogy, right? Talking about doxing and then leading with relationship drama is like I'm trying to imagine something that is suitably disappointing. Well, you know what? Never mind. I can't say that on stream.
finally, harassment, including the doxing of personal information and death threats.
Again, finally. What? Why do you leave that to last? If you are making this public, the assumption is that this is a threat, right? A threat to more people than just you. Someone who is engaged in practices that are so vile and so fundamentally violate the norms and expectations of this industry that well, they need to be removed. If someone goes round doxing other creators in this space, there is no denying that they are a problem that needs to be fixed. And yet, when you say that, you don't lead with that, it is automatically going to be something that undermines the validity behind making this entire thing public.
It became apparent that
To give the benefit of the doubt, she might not have the evidence or that it was lost either by closing DMs. Yeah, but the thing is, if we go off of what Marie said, the person to make the decision to close DMs was Baralof. So, that being said, it is, like you said, it is possible, right? It is possible that she might not have the evidence. But in that regard, then this is just a he said, she said. In which case, again, it all circles back to, what do you expect the audience to do with this information now that you've made it public, right? What is the goal here?
directly settling boundaries with her was insufficient to prevent the disclosure of our personal information. I reported these incidents to Marie's previous employer through the appropriate channels after my personal information was shared without my consent. It was communicated that, following their internal review, the reported conduct was being addressed in accordance with company policy.
In fairness, Joe, big question is what was doxed and how long has the dox happened? You never want to confirm that information. If you've ever been doxed, the last thing you want to do is confirm what information was doxed and how long it has been, out in the open for, right? So I understand if, you're saying, oh, she doxed me or whatever, and you don't go into detail about exactly the nature of the information that was leaked, right? However, what I am saying is that there needs to be some sort of evidence to prove that, they did do the doxing, or it's them specifically, if you're going to make that accusation. And if you even make that accusation, you'd think that, let's say, in between, making moves on my boyfriend and doxing both me and my boyfriend, you'd think that the latter is probably more prescient than the former.
And that the potential disciplinary measures were under consideration. I also understood at the time that other individuals had submitted related concerns. From my perspective, no meaningful action.
Okay, so she then shows a screenshot, presumably, in correspondence with Marie's ex-company. And this is presumably a representative of the company saying, basically telling her that, yes, we've heard your feedback. It's, we've taken it into account. And we're going to discipline Marie, right? Thank you again for your feedback. Given the severity of her action, we've determined that the level of malice involved is substantial. Therefore, at 7 p.m. JST on October 18th, we concluded that her penalty will either be a public apology accompanied by suspension of activities or contract termination if no apology was made. Neither of the two happened, by the way, in October 18th. And, well, for those who don't already know, Marie FD is, she's the PL account of Reimu from Nichisanji, who graduated earlier last year, some point in 2025. And, well, the reason why it's basically unavoidable to, use that information is because that allows us to evaluate exactly the claim that is being made here.
From my perspective, no meaningful action appeared to be taken. I continued to see Marie receive sponsorships, design upgrades, and high-profile opportunities, which made me feel like my
On top, this is Niji and nothing ever happens. To be fair, something did happen with Aster. It just was swept under the rug.
Concerns were being minimized. In April of 2025, after my former partner resigned from the company, reportedly due to increasing stress and dissatisfaction with the company's response to certain concerns, I was notified that Marie's contract would not be renewed. The company publicly characterized this as a graduation without acknowledgement of any related complaints or disciplinary actions. Following her departure, the harassment I had been experiencing online stopped abruptly, coinciding with the timing of her leaving.
Bad phrasing by me on the previous message. Should have just mentioned how broad it was rather than give broad claims. Anyway, this just sounds a bit fumbled, sweet nothings. Yeah. So far, the most concrete evidence we have is for the claim that she made moves on her boyfriend, and that's it. That is, again, if you're going to go public and confirm your identity as the so-called crazy possessive girlfriend, right? I'm weighing this up in terms of, like, you know, costs to your image and stuff like that. If you're doing something like, realistically, let's say that someone, you know, let's say that another content creator, right? Actually, let me make up a scenario, right? Let's say that for some reason Nasagi chose to go live tomorrow, and he started talking about how another content creator was completely insufferable behind the scenes. That's, you know, they kept sending him pictures of, you know, kept sending him, you know, unsavory pictures of themselves, etc., etc. And they'd been told to stop, but they just wouldn't. It's very unpleasant to deal with, etc., etc., right? But didn't make it clear as to who that person was. And let's say the day after that, I made the decision to go onto social media and say, this was me, but he's misrepresenting the situation. He solicited those indecent pictures from me, etc., 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 right? And that scenario, the amount you stand to lose from confirming your identity as the person being spoken about vaguely engaging in negative conduct is so bad that in order to make it worth it, you'd basically have to be engaging in a game of let's see who dies from being stabbed first, right? Because that's the equivalent of someone, you know, waving a sword around, you choosing to grab it, stick it into your guts, and then hopefully stab them back in their guts by, you know, with another blade that you're holding, right? It's just this. There's no point in confirming that you are indeed the person being vague posted about in that negative a manner, unless you are also going to be taking down the other person as well. This literally happened. I was there. Picture of horse girls. Yeah, true. So, again, if you're going to be confirming your identity, right? I don't see any reason why you would do that. And the only way that it becomes quote-unquote worth it, or even conceivably worth it, is if you so thoroughly tar and feather the reputation of the person who initially vague posted about you that their words are summarily dismissed as yours are accepted. It's confirming your identity in that case is it turns it into very much a zero-sum game.
Was to move on and not address this. However, Marie recently spoke about me publicly, presenting a version of events that, from my perspective, does not align with what I experienced. Remaining silent has allowed misinformation to persist, and I believe that transparency is necessary to protect myself and others in similar situations.
The transparency resulted in the confirmation of the identity, and therefore of the possible alleged, you know, unsavory conduct, you know, being overly possessive, difficult, you know, creating friction in professional relationships, etc., etc., right? That has now made it so that if Marie's previous anecdote was not regarded by the general public as pointed at Barilov, it certainly is now, right? Most people who are outside of your immediate social circle will lack sufficient context to make the connection between the anecdote she told and you specifically. I personally have never heard of Barilov, and certainly never connected Barilov with either Reimu or Marie FD prior to this point. However, it was this post that made that particular connection clear. And again, I can only imagine how many other people who are now aware of this situation, unfortunately, would have been in the same boat. Yeah, I was doxxed, but now let me talk about this relationship that totally isn't a part of it. Yeah, a bit strange in terms of
I'm sharing
priorities.
this to document my personal experience, highlight what I perceived as a pattern of harm and inaction, and advocate for greater transparency and accountability within our community standards.
And again, it's, you know, the first part was accurate because this is fundamentally complaining about the violation of a personal boundary, right? This person made moves on my boyfriend at the time. I was uncomfortable. She says there was doxing, but, well, while there is some evidence that the company was responding, you know, affirmatively in regards to that, evidently no company action was taken. So we can either assume that the person was outright lying to humor her, or, well, that the screenshot itself is fake. Like, you know, It's very difficult when you have no other corroborating information or evidence to simply take you at your word when you say that, this is someone who has allegedly doxed you and your partner, and yet that's not the thing that you lead with, and that's not the thing that you finish with either. So, at the end of this, you have that entire... Most of this video is the relationship drama. And then at the end, she goes, oh, this is someone who, violated my personal boundaries. And also, I believe the standards of the community. This is textbook, framing a violation of personal boundaries as a violation of a social norm instead, right?
I'm not asking or encouraging anyone to harass or retaliate against Marie or her former employer.
So again, why did you make this public? What is the audience expected to do with this information now that you have made the situation public? Most people who will have listened to this video will have previously had zero idea as to what the connection between Baralof and Marie FD or Reimu Endo even was, or even the fact that there was a connection to begin with. So, I don't want you to harass, I don't want you to do anything, but I'm just saying all of this because... what? If she really is such a danger to the community, why not deal with it? Why identify a problem that severe and then do nothing? If this person really is someone who runs around doxing people, even her co-workers, if this account is to be believed, why not fix the problem by, at least blacklisting them?
The information in the statement
Yeah, care, but do nothing. But care, but do nothing. It's this part of the call-outs that never really makes sense to me.
reflects my personal experiences, perceptions, and understanding of the events as they unfolded. Thank you for your time.
So, to her credit, she has not used a Google Dockey yet. However, this, while predictable, while it's not something that I am surprised by, is still something that I view as being an incredibly stupid decision. Because, like I said multiple times just prior, if she didn't make this post, the majority of people, the 3.9 people who are now aware of this situation, will have never connected Marie FD's remarks to Baralof the VTuber. However, to go on, sorry, the slides are having trouble loading because it's been too long apparently. Sorry, give me a second to refresh the page. Ooh. Okay. Okay, so, a few hours later, well, for me it was the same day, but when you adjust for time zones, it was probably the next day by a few hours, Marie would end up posting a response to Baralof's accusations in the form of a Google Dockey. Quote, "Thank you for being kind and giving me a bit of time to reply and give context on what happened recently." The amount of half-assing makes me think that she wants the public to take out Marie FD without informing Baralof. See, that's the thing, right? I don't like that. I like it when people are direct about their intention, open about it. If you really do view that someone is a problem that threatens the entirety of the integrity of VTubing as a space, then say it with your entire chest and try to bury them with your entire ass. Don't then play coy about going, oh, but I don't think that anything should happen to them. I just think that they are an awful person who's an existential threat to the community and any company they keep. Like, come on. We know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. None of us were born yesterday. Just say it. If you really do believe it, just say it. Say that they are a problem, provide evidence to support that conclusion, and then, hopefully, they get blacklisted. Hopefully they don't, nothing happens to them in the sense of, anything outside of this industry. But certainly, if that is true, that they are that much of a threat, consequences do need to happen, right? Everything is conversed in a roundabout way. Yeah, and it's something I find the I find the pussyfooting to be the most tedious aspect of it all. But in any case, to continue, I'm sorry if it ended up being so long too. And I'm not used to having to write these, and I never saw myself having to write one and act like this. And this is what that document ended up looking like. Hold on. Pull it up. Okay. So, shout out to TVA and the Cloppers for archiving this stuff, because this is an exchange where I do not trust either party not to edit their docs after first publication, to be completely honest. They are a threat to our democracy. I don't know if I'd go that far, but if you're going to say that someone is a serial, if someone is a doxer, right, then I would expect that, something has to happen in terms of them getting publicly blasted and, blacklisted as a result of that kind of conduct. I would assume that there would be some sort of attempt at proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that they did indeed do the thing that you are accusing them of, if your accusation is that severe, right? In any case, so this is Marie's document, right? Hello, everyone. I never thought I'd be having to write a document on any situation at all in my life, but due to a lot of misinformation being spread publicly, my name being used in these declarations, I have no option but to write this. I know how the community feels about documents and about airing private matters. This is the main reason as to why I didn't even want to write one from the start. I believe this situation was a private matter between individuals that had already been discussed and resolved in private. Now, the only reason I'm being more sympathetic is because, yeah, it turns out that if she just, it's difficult to say, but I'd wager that the majority of the 3.9 million people who viewed Baralow's tweet would, as I said just then, would not have known that the person Marie was talking about on stream was her, unless she herself confirmed that connection, purely of her own volition. Now, I do also understand and am sympathetic to the argument that you shouldn't allow people to just say whatever they like about you, insinuate whatever they like about you, and get away with it without putting up any sort of fight whatsoever. If someone's doing that to you, you have no obligation to take that lying down. That said, though, how sympathetic I am to, not leaving that alone is mostly dependent on how clear the insinuation is and how easily the implied connection between their misrepresentation and you actually is. Because if the connection is not clear at all, if the connection is all but impossible to guess at from anyone who isn't, personally related to or someone who personally interacts with either of you, then you go and publicly confirm the connection yourself. I'm not going to be very sympathetic to that. Kind of, John, kind of. However, in fairness to everyone involved, I believe it's important for my side of the story to be available as well, so that people can have a complete picture of what truly happened due to signed NDAs. Again, she writes a Google Doc. Again, similarly to the other ones that we've looked at, it is just pictures interdispersed throughout text. Did this have to be a Google Doc? To be completely honest, I don't think so. In fact, I think it would have been even more effective if it was simply a quote tweet of Baralow's original video call-out, complete with this evidence included within. Because, let's be honest, this is not anything that wouldn't fit into a tweet thread. So, again, superfluous use of the medium. Yes, she provides screenshots and evidence, but for the most part, like I said, the main focus is on the fact that she didn't need to use a Google Doc for this, and in fact, it probably would have been more effective if she hadn't, and had responded to Baralow directly on the very medium that was used to call her out, right? Yeah, very much this meeting could have been an email type vibe. However, that's that first response from Marie FD. One day later, Baralow would end up posting her own Google document in response to that. Her tweet saying, quote, "I want to sincerely apologize for frequently deleting my tweets. I understand how this might appear from an outsider's perspective, especially when discussing serious issues. Thank you for giving me the space to make mistakes and learn from them. Here is my final response." And this is what that response looked like when it was first posted. Again, Google document. Did it need to be one? Not really. She does use highlighting once, but only to say click on images for a full screenshot. When you upload images to Twitter, you do have the option of expanding on them by just, clicking on them. And as for the rest of it, it is, guess what? Just pictures interdispersed throughout paragraphs of text. Yes, there is an attempt to use lines to section off certain bits of the document from others. Yes, Barrelloaf does employ different fonts, bold, italics, base text, but again, Twitter also has base, italics, and bold. So, all in all, yet another instance of a Google Doc that could have just been a Twitter post, and arguably would have been even more effective as one. At the end of the day, the main evidence, so to speak, does not really hold up to being able to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the harassers, or in other words, the people who were essentially going at Barrelloaf on 4chan, were in fact Marie FD. That is the thing that was alleged in this document, but again, very difficult to prove beyond shadow of a doubt. The end result of this entire conversation, this back and forth between Marie and Barrelloaf, was that it remained, by the end of it, exactly what it started as, which is a he said, or a she said, between, at this point, what is quite evidently both people who seem to be quite menhera, to say the least. So not exactly a reliable narrator to be found regardless of where you look. However, that aside, there was also one other interesting bit of context. The only thing of note, the only thing that I took to be of note in this document was the fact that she did manage to demonstrate, through the images that she included, that there were sections left out of the screenshots in Marie's document. However, beyond managing to portray her as an unreliable narrator, it doesn't make any further ground. Barry's document, by the way, doesn't make any further ground on actually proving in a concrete manner the more severe allegations that would have warranted this entire situation going public to begin with. And again, the edits to the image were not done using the formatting options available in Google Documents. They were edits that were done on top of the images as they already existed, and those images, complete with the edits, were then included wholesale into the document itself. Yet again, something that could have very easily been accommodated by whatever formatting options are available through a Twitter post. So, overall, yet another superfluous document that alleges horrible wrongdoing but tells the audience not to do anything about it. So, when we ask the question, what is the audience actually supposed to do in response to this information? The answer is, unsurprisingly, nothing. And yet again, this is why it's such a bad... this is why the general fatigue towards Google Documents has become so bad. Much more instances like... Now, these are far from being the worst. Granted, the Cinder Saga was certainly the most visible throughout 2025. But hopefully what I've managed to do here is demonstrate exactly how hopeless this entire trend is and why I hope that it dies off with 2026, even if I'm not going to hold my breath about it. That being said, though, when I talk about the medium being something that people have grown fatigued in response to, and why the medium of Google Docs themselves, rather than just social media callouts, is the thing that people have fixated on as the thing they don't want to see anymore, the reason why I say that is because when people mock this, what do they mock? They mock the fact that people used a Google Doc in the first place. Google Dockey being a meme is, proof of that, but also the fact that when people choose to mock this, let's give two examples, right? The first being I can't say her name for some reason. Minna Vanilla's Google Doc that she posted in November. The people deserve to know the truth about these 11 VTubers. The people deserve to know. I have something to say about these 11 VTubers, and I want you to listen. And then also, later on in December, or late December of 2025, Panko from Face Connect posting my experience with Kevin H2O Sakana Lee, linking to a Google document saying, for more context, check out today's stream, company-mandated Christmas theme stream. You can see that each of these posts, even if they weren't crafted with that particular intention in mind, they mock different parts of what accompanies the Google Doc callout meta. The self-importance being mocked by I can't say her name quickly for some reason, Minna Vanilla, where she pretends that, whatever is being disclosed is something of great social import. And then Panko basically adopting the whole my experience thing, the very blatant, just posting something deeply personal that didn't have to be made public because why would anyone care? And then when you actually look at the documents themselves, it really hammers home the point that it's a joke, right? You look at Minna Vanilla's document and it's just this, right? Is it set? Okay, good. It's just this, right? I have something to say about VTubers, and it's 11 VTubers that she has nothing but good things to say about, right? Just one sentence complimenting each of them. Burlime, kind of a madman the internet needs. King of shitpost, cool dude, fun to talk to. Tempest Torment, cool lady. Yellow Gato works hard. Juwon, he's alright for a femboy, lol. Salty Kishi, innovative baker. Kirsha, funny spicy cat lady. Bagster, the only thing I hold against him is becoming a fleshy. Pipkin Pippa, nice, genuine, entertaining. Chabelle, Tonya, very sweet and welcoming. Morlington, doing the good work of clipping. Someone give that America Boo a green card and armor light. Finally, Miliardo Beercraft, he's the best. Right, like, it's just, it's just positivity from it. And then you go on to Panko's Google Doc, and this is where this is the more, I think of the two, it is the more complete parody in the sense that it actually emulates the overall tone of the content of a Google Doc as well. My experience with Kevin Lee. This document constitutes a formal account of multiple incidents involving the chief executive officer, hereafter referred to as the CEO. Again, hereafter is not a word that most of us would use in our daily vocabulary. There is an air being put on in this thing, really hamming up just how much the semi-professional tone of a Google Dockey callout usually, the semi-professional tone that a Google Dockey callout will try to adopt, right? Whose conduct has resulted in confusion, emotional distress, ethical inconsistency, and deliberate devaluation of fictional resources. Again, just really using the words to try and emulate the overdramatic theatrical way that other, more serious Google Docs basically default to. While the subject matter may appear trivial in isolation, the cumulative pattern demonstrates a concerning disregard for clarity, fairness, and basic arithmetic. And again, basically going through workplace harassment, through rule misrepresentation, rate manipulation, retroactive reinforcement, financial impact resulting from misleading guidance, ethical contradiction regarding game integrity, Azure Lane incident, psychological provocation through strategically useless point allocation, conclusion, rule misrepresentation, resource mismanagement, retroactive enforcement, ethical inconsistency. Again, that same trope of taking something that is pretty innocuous at best, very personal at worst, and then trying to blow it up into being a big deal or a major social violation, right? So that's that when it comes to these two parody documents. But again, they illustrate the fact that people do not take issue with social media callouts in and of themselves. They take issue with Google documents being used as the main medium for them, and to some extent, they seem to have become tired of Google Docs as a whole. And I don't like that. I don't like that prospect because Google Docs, as a medium, have far more to offer when it comes to being useful for the sake of informing the public about certain bad actors or certain problematic threats that exist in this industry to people's wallets, to people's careers, etc., etc., etc. And I get that it may be a little difficult to conceptualize exactly what I mean when I say that Google Docs actually have something to offer, an untapped potential that has been squandered on endless repeats of ineffectual usage as call out after call out has gone and left. However, it's fine that I, show a bunch of Google Docs that I think don't use the medium well, and I make fun of them or whatever. But I want to give you guys an example of what I mean when I say that a Google Doc can be used effectively when it comes to illustrating, informing an actual PSA, basically. And to that extent, in the interest of doing that, I'm going to give an example that comes from the artist sphere in VTubing. On December 1st of 2025, a user by the name of Teru Pancake would make the following post. Asami Arts is tracing AI. This is an account with nearly 100k followers who has been taking dozens of commissions through VGen. Here is the evidence. Now, why is this a violation of a social norm? Well, I can do you one better. It's not a violation of just a social norm. It's a violation of a contractual one as well. If you go onto VGen's website, you go onto their help page, the FAQs, they say very clearly that their AI policy is that they don't allow it. AI policy, short answer, not until AI models are built and implemented ethically. Here's our stance on AI. TLDR, we're here to support and empower humans. Until generative AI, 1, is completely opt-in, is 100% opt-in, 2, gives credit to contributing artists, 3, gives royalties to contributing artists, we're going to build everything we can to protect your art against thieving bots and unethical data collection. We're human first and won't be allowing AI art on the platform until all 3 of these conditions have been met. It's hard not to think and be worried about AI nowadays, but our team unanimously agrees that we're here to support and empower humans. We don't know exactly what the future holds, so if this ultimately means one day arming you with tools to somehow go head-to-head against AI, then so be it. We're rooting for humanity. Now, this is a little pretentious, admittedly, but it does state very clearly in writing that they do not allow AI art. Which means that should you be able to prove that this person does indeed trace AI in the creation of art that they are selling on VGen, in other words, stuff that is costing unsuspecting customers real money given away under false pretense, this is public interest. We're not talking about hurt, we're talking about injury. And so, when you actually look at the document, this is what it looks like. Now, not only is there a table of contents that has actual content, but when you actually go through the document, I'll start at the beginning, right? This is a call-out document that actually bothers to use each and every feature, formatting, aesthetic, and otherwise, that is made available through Google Docs as a medium. Stuff that would not be available to the author if they had chosen to write this via Twitter post. You have highlighting, different colored fonts, different colors in text, different colors in highlighting, different fonts being used, proper paragraphing, dot point format using arrows to point the reader at where to look in order to make this more readable. Proper headlining and sectioning of different parts of the document. It starts with an explanation that orients readers who are not familiar with the subject matter being discussed in an objective manner with the nature of Teru's expertise as an artist and what relevant points feed into the consideration as to whether the accusation holds water or not. It starts out with some AI account red flags, right? Again, it immediately defaults into providing information. This is a PSA from page 1. Then it goes into the minutiae, the details of exactly what constitutes her accusation of this specific user of, tracing AI art. And she has fucking animated GIFs that play when you scroll down to them. Her text is formatted to easily wrap around the image elements so that, yet again, you Testing. 1 2 1 2 test. It's back? Alright, excellent. So, anyways, back to glazing the way that this document actually used the medium it's written in. So, in other words, all of these things are very much not things that are available to someone making a Twitter post. It's not available on Twitter as a medium, and is usually beyond what most people on Twitter would be expecting to read. So, this is one of the first examples that I personally have ever seen of someone actually making a Google Doc and fully utilizing what is made available to them by virtue of it being a Google Doc. When I talk about Google Documents, this is what I mean. This is no Google Dockey. This is a Google dossier. And so, when I talk about, not utilizing the medium effectively, all of that stuff, this is what I mean. When I talk about the fact that I don't like how people have become fatigued of Google Docs because of the fact that the medium itself has been misused and abused to the point of being completely separate to how people see its utility, to the point of blinding people to its possible utility. This is why I don't like that, because Google Docs are a medium that, at least in my purview, they do have use. They have a function that Twitter cannot provide, but it's a function that is completely negated if people are simply too burnt out on even seeing a Google Doc link in a Twitter post to bother clicking and reading in the first place, which is a very real possibility. It makes subsequent callouts, proper callouts, with evidence, citations, and real reason for justifying its existence, much more difficult to gain ground. It makes it more difficult for them to gain ground into the future. That's what I don't like about the current callout meta. And when we actually go to the question that we have asked of every other Google Doc and every other, controversy that has been made public to date on this stream, right? What is the audience supposed to actually do with this information? Well, it's rather simple. If you scroll down all the way to the bottom of the post, there is a section where the author basically says, well, how she feels about the outcome of this entire thing, right? By the way, at this point, Asami has deactivated their accounts, so they're basically completely gone from all outward appearances. So when you talk about identifying a problem and then having it remove itself, that's what we mean. But in any case, this is how the document ends. I don't care if you generate AI images. I don't care if you want to trace AI instead of learning how to draw either. Some people genuinely don't mind and will still follow you. But if you are going to charge people money for it, you should be upfront about it, instead of going this far to hide it. So in response, the main thing that the document expects the audience to do by the end of it is, funnily enough, to save their money. That is what it asks the audience to do. Save your money. Don't hire this person. That is the call to action. There is no, I don't want you to do anything but. It's just, this person is selling things to people under false pretense. This is what I hope you will do with this information. Don't hire them. Those people will never actually go away. They'll just start with a new profile or identity. Oh, I'm sure they will, right? But at the same time, making it more difficult for them by blowing up one popular account that had a number of different clients, I think that that's a win regardless. It may be only a little bit of trash off of the floating island, but it's better in the bin than in the sea. So, at the end of all of this, again, hopefully you now have an idea as to what I mean when I say that not all Google Docs have to be Google Dockies, right? On one hand, you have the examples that I cited earlier, case studies 1 and 2, exhibits A and B regarding people misusing Google Documents as a medium for a call out that should never have been public to begin with, right? When you can see that in the way that the medium is used, it is performative. The medium is used superfluously. There's no attempt at actually utilizing the functionalities it provides as a medium or as a tool in order to inform the audience of something. Information is not the primary concern. Catharsis is, and personal validation for the most part. The subject of the call-out is largely a matter of public curiosity as opposed to public interest. The impetus behind it is hurt, not injury. And finally, it is plagued with the problem of overly indulgent commentary. Fundamentally, the problem with these call-outs is that they are made to essentially, it is made for the benefit of the writer, not the reader. And when you're trying to publish something on social media and frame it as some sort of PSA, I'm sorry, but if that is how it reads, then you've done an awful job at justifying the existence of the thing you just posted. Contrast that with Teru's example of a Google document. It's informative. It right off the bat attempts to ameliorate a possible gap in knowledge that the reader may have because they are not an artist and they have never attempted to diagnose whether a piece of art is actually AI or not. And the use of the medium is self-evident. The justification for that medium is self-evident. This is a Google document because it could never have been just a tweet. It would never have been able to make the point as concisely, visually clearly, and self-evidently if Teru had decided to just make a tweet thread. The subject of the callout is actually a matter of public interest, not curiosity. Someone essentially scamming people out of their money in this space under false pretenses of providing a service that they are not actually providing, that is a matter of injury. And that is a matter of injury that the public should be made aware of so they are able to avoid this particular bad actor and save their money. And finally, last but not least, it is lengthy, it is detailed, it is incredibly detailed, but it is concise. It's not 1,000 pages, most of which does not need to be there. All of its existence, all of the content belongs there, proves a point, helps to illustrate with a example, a clear example, what the grievance being brought up is and why it is a valid one. And of course, the reason why I want to hold this up as not just an example, but an exemplar of what Google Docs can be if people just fucking use them properly, is because at the end of the day, all of these good traits aside, right? At the end of the day, the intentions, the underlying intentions, the expectations behind how the audience, what the audience is supposed to do with this information is completely different between the two of them. Right, the audience, when it comes to both of the, both the Cinder Saga and the Barrel of Marie, spat, the audience is expected to, best case scenario, quote, show love and support, or in worst case, do nothing. Feel for me, but don't do anything about this problem that is definitely very serious and should warrants your attention. Whereas with Teru, contrast that with the audience is expected to save their money. In other words, it's very, very clear that the second example is one that prioritizes the audience. It is written for the benefit of the audience so that they can avoid being exploited by bad actors in this industry. It's not selfish. It's not to fillet or seek validation for the writer of the doc. It is to inform the audience. And in my humble opinion and my idealistic belief, this is what I wish that more social media callouts actually were, which by virtue of the fact of, well, if that was all social media callouts were, there would also be fewer of them, which is a win in my book. But that is, well, this is a result of a Google document that isn't written with the purpose of being performative first and foremost, but rather with the primary intention being to be informative instead. And here's the thing. When it comes to social media callouts, unfortunately, most people will read a Google Doc of someone telling some private sub-story or airing out some personal grievance that they have with another content creator that has no grander implications for anyone besides themselves and maybe their immediate friend circle, and they will fall for the sub-story. They will hear the tears, they will look at the emotional language, and they will instantly fail to realize that this is a document that has been written and delivered via a medium that makes it very clearly performative. They fail to see how it is a dramatized version of what is essentially a private, or what should be a private, interpersonal dispute or disagreement. That their attention spans, their sense of empathy, is being exploited as a resource. Because how do you show love and support to a content creator, especially one that you do not know very well? How you, as a stranger on the internet, would probably be encountering their stuff. How do you show love and support? Watch time, money, and social media validation. And since social media is their job, money and engagement and validation are all part of the same thing. It is cynical. And it is cynical in a way that is not honest about its own cynicism, which is why I don't like it. A pet peeve that I have developed since I've noticed this trend of people falling for the obvious appeal to emotion and basically failing to see how theatrical and performative most uses of Google Docs as social media callouts are, is that these documents exist upstream from the, people making hay out of them in the form of content, right? Mujin's videos, Rima's streams, my streams, all of these being examples of other content creators that have essentially made a profit, made content out of these documents, these callouts, these dramas. And people rightfully and understandably identify that when we do this, yes, we are making content. We are even in some cases profiting off of it. And for understandable reasons, this has a stigma. But people also fail to see that this is no less theatrical. Now, I'm not saying that I expect drama tubers to be judged on the same plane as the people who create the Google Docs that they use for content. But what I am saying is that if you fail to see that this is theatrical, which is understandable if you are not media trained, you are falling for someone trying to exploit a resource of yours, more often than not. They won't tell you that that's the case, because they won't admit that VTubing is, at the end of the day, business. But fundamentally, that's what's going on. If you're going to be cynical, be honest about it, be open about it, and that allows your audience to make a more informed decision. Is it probably a fool's errand to hope that an audience simply being more informed will automatically place them in a better position to make wiser choices regarding how they spend their resources and which content creators they spend it on? Perhaps. Very possibly. But I'm trying regardless, because this is my personal hang-up. This is my pet peeve. This is my violation of a social norm that I want to try to redress. However, that being said, I did go on and on about how both the Cinder saga and the Marie Bariloff spat were instances of Google Docs that tried to frame their core personal issues as having some sort of wider social implication for the rest of this space. However, that being said, that's not to say that there is no commentary or nothing that can be presented as commentary regarding real social issues that exist in this industry. Although, both of them only do so accidentally. Purely accidentally, in fact. Because both of these, in terms of disclosing the fact that Marie was dating a coworker in a relationship that didn't seem to end well, and that at the same time, the professional relationship between Marie and Bariloff's boyfriend seems to have become strained as a result of the conflict between the two of them. One thing has become very clear. Both of these dramas, these dockies, these attempts at documents and dossiers have proven that one fundamental truth exists in VTubing, that VTubing is not special, that it is not exempt from any other profession, the same rule that exists in any other profession, which is that you should not shit where you eat. If you mix play and work, you will get a professionalism problem that has the potential to be a liability to everyone involved and their immediate circle as well. Don't fuck your manager, and don't let whoever fucks you manage you. Don't date your coworkers. It's not going to end well. Statistically speaking, it's going to end poorly at best and horribly at worst. And when the main thing that both of these documents end up doing is basically accidentally hinting at a real social issue in this industry, I think we can summarily say that yes, in fact, the Google Dockey meta, the hidden costs of compassion fatigue, etc., it does highlight that yes, there is a social norm that is being violated. Or I should say that there is a harmful social norm that has been built up in this industry. There is indeed a wider social problem that people, I think, do benefit from noticing, should probably be encouraged to care about. And that is that at the end of the day, despite all of this hullabaloo and the halo that people like to build around the idea of being indie and carving out your niche for yourself, doing it without the help of a big corpo or whatever, at the end of the day, yes, VTubing does have a professionalism problem. But indie VTubing has it much worse. And that about sums it up when it comes to why I don't like the social media Google Dockey callout meta that has currently infested this industry. I hope that we can move on to something better soon, but holy shit, has 2025 been a bad year for indie, for people who specialize in supporting indie talents. It has really been the year to prove that at the end of the day, indie and corpo, well, they're not exactly better, they're just different. The summary of 2025. I think if you were to sum up 2025 VTubing in one sentence, it is just this. VTubing has a professionalism problem, but indie VTubing has it worse, right? Call-out meta sucks in general, but it's downstream from other social policing forms not working? Yes. Now, as to why those other social policing forms don't work, that is an interesting conversation that I keep putting off until I can find someone suitable to bounce off of. Way worse, yeah. Corpos don't tell you indies are bad. Indies, however. That's true, that is true. Again, I wouldn't be so against the idea of praising the things that, are benefits of being indie if it weren't for the fact that it seemed to be made out to... If it weren't made out to be some sort of zero-sum game where one has to be worse than the other. Because, unfortunately, among many indies, especially the ones that are very vocal on Twitter, they do seem to be extraordinarily blind to the shortcomings of their own positions, or how they personally have been cushioned from those shortcomings. Getting cancelled equals free marketing? Yeah. This is making me hate all VTubers? That's not a good thing. Not all VTubers are like this, right? There are VTubers that don't engage in this kind of social monkeying about and just make their own content and don't stick their nose where it doesn't need to be. There are people in this industry who do understand the concept of keeping things behind closed doors, oftentimes, being the better solution to a interpersonal dispute or problem. In fact, most corpo talents have that ability, because if they didn't, they would no longer be corpo. However, that's not to say that it's impossible to find amongst independent talents either. Independent talents may have hell of a less incentive to hold themselves to that standard of discretion, but some of them do. And I think that when you find them, you will not have that particular hang-up that comes along with having to bear witness to tomfoolery such as this. Also, it's more or less a female Twitch VTuber problem. Oh no, there are certainly Google Docs that are being passed around between male VTubers as well, or targeting male VTubers as well. But it is a smaller problem, and a less visible one at that. That being said, though, this kind of thing is very much more prevalent because of the way that women tend to go about conflict resolution between themselves. Because I think we've all had an encounter where one of our female friends is more want to backchat someone more want to backchat someone that they dislike than to actually confront them about why they dislike them. The way that that manifests on social media is that, well, people resent one another, and then finally, when the resentment becomes too much, or when the person who you resent shows a sign of weakness, you go in to get your turn sticking the knife into them. Don't worry that Google Dockey on you, Chairman, is being well worked on by Nene Love. I don't think he would use a Google Doc. I think he'd use Canva. Let not armchair streams blackpill you, but let it educate you on how to identify and properly critique actions, whether from corporate. At the end of the day, what I hope to be able to accomplish with these streams is not that you disengage from VTubing entirely, but just you become a little more discerning with your taste. You become a bit more confident in the people you have chosen to support, and you become a little better at articulating what puts you off from supporting others, right? If you are having your empathy or compassion or sympathy being taxed by someone who, well, frankly speaking, is not giving you a very good reason to ask you or solicit you for that, then, well, now hopefully you have a better way of articulating that or identifying if that's happening in the first place. Compassion fatigue is a term that is, well, everyone understands it implicitly because we feel it. But now that you have the term available to you, it's a lot easier to point and go, hey, there's something that might cause that. Someone is, being a liability in terms of possibly accelerating or exacerbating that condition in me or in other people. Dry Lily is getting backlash? I haven't seen any, not yet. But she did apparently make a decision to start talking about the Cinder thing in her New Year's stream, so that's not something I've had the chance to watch yet, but who knows? Maybe her decision to touch the poo once again may end up reigniting it. But I'm not going to hold my breath. Everyone involved has an incentive, if they're smart, to just not talk about it ever again and move on. But then again, that would be the smart move. Armchair was technically included in the Niji Dockey as a footnote for that one stream when he did on how Niji could bounce back. I do not remember that. Sister saw that as an attack. Cynicism has made it easy to discern intention of bad actors. Yeah. There is a place for cynicism. Again, I want to make it very clear. My aim is not to stigmatize cynicism. My aim is to stigmatize when people aren't honest about their cynicism. When people try to dress it up in the form of tears or emotional appeals, or saying that you would be better natured in order to indulge their self-indulgent, cries for validation, sometimes at the cost of your own sense of emotional well-being. Because when people do this thing of, if you're a real fan of mine, you take this very serious problem very seriously, but you wouldn't do anything about it, because that would be bad for optics. I don't like that. I think that takes the amount of emotional investment your audience has in you for granted. It doesn't rub me the right way. So is Shy Lily rolling in the poo? Who knows? I've long given up on trying to understand through a rational lens why many people in this industry make the decisions that they do, even though said decisions are very evidently and obviously, and more importantly, predictably, going to be detrimental to them. But oh well, sometimes you just gotta do what you just gotta do. I will say that it's a whole lot easier to stick your head in the sand and just do stupid things when your audience very readily will just say, you go, girl, to basically anything you do or say. And between V-Card and this, I think that Shy Lily may just have one such audience. Cynicism is based, black pilling is gay and lame. Yeah, fair enough, honestly. Women are scary, they are at that. They're so cute as well sometimes. It depends on which woman you end up talking about or encountering, really. The trick is to only support the cute ones and to steer clear of the scary ones. Just gotta get popcorn and enjoy. Yeah. Actually, yeah, I think I saw Sumo Knight say in chat earlier, you know, but those lol cows look so good for milking. The whole appeal of a lol cow is you don't have to do the milking yourself. They just leak it on their own. That's why you don't need to do anything. You just sit back, grab your popcorn, and enjoy the show. Cynicism is a cringe philosophy. I agree. I don't think cynicism should ever be your entire philosophy, but I think that it is helpful as a tool to discern the intentions of people around you. Be wary of tears. Yes, be wary of tears. I do wonder if the Google Dockey meta would have become as prevalent and popular as it did if the demographics of this industry were even slightly different. If it was a little more 50-50 in terms of the number, the amount of fans that were men or women, and the talents that were, you know, given the fact that most of the talents are women. Gavin is teaching us how to differentiate between the cute ones and the scary ones. See, that's the thing. When you actually think about what the cute ones do, sometimes they can become rather scary to think about. But that being said, it's not really here nor there. I should probably end stream here because it's getting rather late where I am and I need to grab myself something to eat because I haven't eaten anything all day. Hold on. Let me switch over to the head horse screen while I go through my, to make sure I miss any supers or memberships. That's a lot of memberships and super chats, by the way. Thank you all of you guys for being so generous with your support and for seeing some sort of value in what I do here. By the way, if you enjoyed this stream, if you found the commentary to be informative or entertaining, feel free to subscribe, like the video, and yeah, please feel free to comment if you are watching the VOD. It helps with the engagement. Yada yada yada. Master, thank you for the 5. Family's from Venezuela and has followed its decay for decades and felt that fatigue with nothing ever improving, so I'm familiar with it. I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah, unfortunately, if anyone has lived a rougher life or has family who's gone through a lot, then they can much more readily comprehend a lot of the themes and ideas that I go through over the course of this stream. I don't know if that's a trade worth making, but, well, we all need to look for bright spots sometimes. Let me just scroll through. I think I've gotten every other one. Yeah, I think I've gotten every other super chat. I think that was the only one that I missed. Hold on. Oh no, I missed Billy's. Hold on. Okay. Thanks for the super chats, Billy. Ask them to show feet and... Ask them to show feet. Funnelist, thank you for the 2. Show love equals lose gallons. Oh, I don't want to think about that. I think those are the only ones that I missed. Unless I'm blind. Yeah, I think that's it. Makarius, thank you for the gift of membership. Welcome to the new Footstool that just snuck in there. Sub-Zero, congratulations on receiving your membership. Hope you enjoy those emotes. But yeah, okay, that's all of the super chats and memberships. Let me look for somebody to raid, and then I'll send you on your merry way to hopefully enjoy a lighter topic than what we discussed today. Funnily enough, yesterday I got a clip in my recommended of Gigi complaining about the way that YouTube reformatted the control room the control room for your stream so that the edit button is no longer as it's no longer as self-explanatory in terms of where they've put it. And I really can't agree more. I really don't like how they took it away from the obvious position right next to the end stream button and just shifted it somewhere else. It's really, really fucking stupid. Hold on, let me... Where the fuck is this? I remember setting a raid last time, but I forgot exactly where it was in terms of all of the dialogue options. Oh yeah, it's in edit now. Okay, there we go. Customization. There, that's where it is. Stream the stream chat has died, so I can't actually see what you guys are saying at the moment. Hold on. Okay, so yeah, that is missing, unfortunately. Hold on, let me see who else is live at the moment. Oh, Sayu's live. Okay. Oh, she's doing her first stream of the year. All right. I'll be sending you guys over to Sayu. I hope you guys have a nice time over there. I want you to blend in seamlessly, behave, and I will... Oh, wait, someone just sent a membership when I hadn't... when I wasn't looking. Joey K, thank you for being a footstool for, what is that, 8 months? I'm looking at the small preview on my screen instead of the actual chat itself. Hold on, let me close it and then reopen it to see if it no longer is dead. Yeah, it's not showing on my end, but thank you for being a footstool for that long. But yeah, in any case, thank you for tuning into this stream. Thank you for indulging me in ranting about this particular less desirable aspect of the industry as it is. But in any case, I'll be putting up waiting rooms for the next stream topic as well as polls. Well, I think I know what the next stream topic is going to be. But if more come to light over the next 24 hours or so, I'll end up making a poll in the community tab. But in any case, expect there to be a waiting room put up for next week's stream soon enough. You'll find out what the topic is then. And yeah, Otsu Chair. Otsu Chair.